Hello, hello. Well, if it isn't the person, when asked in chat, is it going to be an exciting section of the game? And basically was told, no, smiley face. That made me laugh so hard. That made me laugh so hard. I can't lie. But in my head, it was basically no and then the Twitch default smiley face. No. Which I will always laugh. I was watching. There's only like, especially as I've streamed more and more, like the amount of actual streams I watch regularly is like very little, and I usually catch them like as VODs anyway. But I love just, I love just when you see someone streaming and then they ask chat to do something or whatever, and then just a flurry of people go no, smiley face. It just makes me laugh for whatever reason. So much defiance in the hidden behind the Twitch default smiley face emote. So, it's Saturday night, which means we're halfway through the weekend, but it also means we have another Umineko stream. Help me remember what happened last time. What? Last time, Angie talked with an old guy and then summoned stakes. Yes! Oh, fuck, how could I forget? Yes, she talked with a head, what's the term I would want to give him? An occult-like fan. She got, you know, some information, and then she showed him, basically, her book that she had. And he was like, oh, show me, show me! And she was like, no, smiley face. And then left. And then, yeah, she did her whole summoning. It was funny because I thought she was going to go all the way, but only got, I think, 5. So, that was interesting. She pushed it to the limits. She surprised Maria. Witch hunters are what the Umineko fan translators called themselves. Oh, that's actually pretty clever. I like that. That's cute. That's adorable. I rate that adorable. That was before episode 4 released. Always hat tip the people that put in a lot of work for unofficial translations and stuff, or stuff like that. So Ryukishi actually put that there to reference them. Oh, that makes sense, but also is even more. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Alliance of the Golden Witch. But they were the ones hired to do the official translation. That would kind of make sense. There's, oh, I don't want to say what game it is. Alright, I've talked about it before. There's a game, there's several games that I do Spooktober every October. I pull spooky or spooky adjacent games, sometimes tongue-in-cheek spooky games for October on streams. I've already got few. I've already pretty much locked in a lot of the games I do want to play in October. And there's a similar game in that instance where it was, I don't want to give away too much, but it was a game that for the longest time didn't have an official translation, and then was basically fan translated, and then the game in the past year officially was ported to Steam. This might give away too much information. It wasn't on Steam or anything. It was a Flash-based game, I believe, or just like a browser-based game, maybe, I guess would be the correct term. And then and that's where it was forever. And then recently they brought it to Steam as like a Steam release, and the same thing as you're saying, like they used the much agreed upon fan English translation of the game and used that as the official basically port. But that'll be for October, which surprisingly is not that long. It is less than 2 months now at this point. It is crazy. Yeah, I agree. I just thought it was super cool. I think it's cool. I like it when it's like I said, someone does a lot of work, pretty much unpaid for work. A bunch of fans really flock to it, and then like it gets recognized like that is I think cool. And shows that you did excellent free work basically just for the love of the story or game or whatever it is you did the work on, put the time into. Had a friend that has a PS2 and got Lifeline to play. Oh no. Oh no. I wouldn't wish that curse upon anyone else, but if you guys are taking that journey, let me know how that goes. Join me as one of the few that have finished Lifeline. What a bad game. What a bad game. What a bad... You don't think you're gonna finish? Don't have the fortitude? Creaky. Oh. Weird static to this audio track. Hope that's not just on my end. Okay, so yes. Angie did her summoning thing. She got most of the sisters. One of the sisters was like, keep going, egging her on. Was it the greedy one? I guess that thematically makes sense. And yeah, that was basically what happened in the midweek hour and a half stream or whatever. So that's right. Wait, and didn't they get like sucked into something? Why did I get sucked in? Uryu, welcome back, Angie. Dream World, that's what I'm thinking of. A dream world. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria Oni-chan and Sakataru waiting to receive me. Okay, so she's in her dreams, I guess? That's the best I can assume. Alright, that's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from those sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was a thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space. The scene from when I looked down at the mountain's base from a rest stop at the peak. Oh. Like this? I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over their fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school. So, seriously training to use magic at this age was embarrassing even for me. But even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then, I was learning mental concentration from Maria Oni-chan in order to use magic. But it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remembered the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation. When I had looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at a rest stop on a peak. And I tried painting the scene in my mental world. No, still far too small.
もっともっと広い空間をイメージして。
Imagine a much, much wider space.
そしてエンジェだけの心象世界を作り上げるの。
And create your own mental world.
まだまだイメージが霞んでる。
Your image is still way too foggy.
空気に温度もないし風もない。
There's no temperature in the air, and there's no wind.
匂いもない。
No smells either.
まだまだ世界が希薄。
The world is still very faint.
それらは後でもいいから、今はとにかくもっと広い世界をイメージして。
You can leave those for later, so for now, imagine even wider space. Also, I gotta ask again, is audio on both ends okay? Both game and my audio? Or is it at least normal sounding? As far as it normally is? Seems fine? Okay. I'm getting self-conscious about audio. I think I said this earlier, but I fucked with some settings, and then I tried to unfuck them. And now I'm just afraid I'm afraid I messed everything up. Okay. Imagine even wider space. Not Sakutaro. Uryu.
どうして広い空間のイメージが必要なの？
Why do you have to imagine a vast space?
人間の体内には生まれながらにして魔法を妨げる毒素があるんだよ。
From the time of their birth, humans have inside of them a toxin that blocks magic.
その毒素を浄化しないと魔法はうまく使えないの。
If that toxin isn't purified, you can't use magic well. Oh, hello. Welcome to the stream.
そのために有効な方法の一つが広大な空間をイメージすることなんだよ。
One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space.
さっきは飛行機の窓から見た世界を思い描いたけど、それもダメだったわ。
Just now, I thought of the world as seen from the window of an airplane, but that didn't work.
もっと広大な世界なんて
I can't even think of
見当もつかない。
a world more vast than that.
ならマリアの持つ広大な世界をエンジェにも教えてあげればいいよ。
In that case, Maria just has to teach Angie about the vast world Maria has.
そしたらエンジェにもイメージがしやすくなるんじゃない？
Won't that make it easy for Angie to imagine as well?
うりゅう。
Uryu!
そうね。
I need to be more enthusiastic. That's right.
私もお姉ちゃんはどんな世界をイメージして魔法を使ってるのか興味があるわ。
And I'm interested in the kind of world Oni-chan imagines when she uses magic.
私もそれを参考にする。
I'll use it for reference.
ダメだよ。
That won't work.
心象世界は広大で、そして孤独じゃないといけないの。
The mental world must be vast and isolated.
自分以外に一切遮るものがない世界。
A world with no obstructions other than yourself. The mental world must be vast and isolated. She needs to imagine herself in the most recent Sonic open world game. Is that just taking a random stupid shot at Sonic games? I don't know why. I don't know.
だからその世界を人に教えたら、その世界は孤独ではなくなってしまう。
So, if you teach someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore.
だから心
I know,
象
really.
世界は誰にも明かしちゃダメなの。
That's why you mustn't reveal your mental world to anyone.
だからエンジェも上手に心象世界を描けたら、それは自分だけの秘密の世界にするんだよ。
And if you draw up a good mental world, you too must keep it as a secret only for yourself. Me and my long-standing rivalry with Sonic and his video games.
うりゅう。
Uryu.
マリアケチンボ。
So stingy, Maria.
ありがとう、サクタロ。
Thanks, Sakutaro.
修行に近道なしってわけだわ。
I guess there are no shortcuts in training.
努力してみる。
Trying to scratch my back there. I'll make an effort.
大丈夫。ヒントは十分もらえてるわ。
It's okay. I've been given plenty of hints.
ウリュ
Uryu!
エンジ頑張れ
Do your best, Angie! Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. I kind of think supposedly nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. However, Marioni-chan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. Oh, it was just silent. I was scared. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. Oh, she's been colorized. She's happy. But slowly, bit by bit, Marioni-chan's world grew happier. In the past, I disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit that. And now, this was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. This is still a dream world? I'm not 100%. Is this... Was she just told to imagine a vast space to, like, help her magic grow? I kind of missed... I feel like I missed exactly why this was happening. Is this just, like, envisioning magic? Like, you gotta be like, alright, clear your mind. It's basically like a a simplified, like, clear your mind. Deep breaths. Imagine a vast space. That's the best I can think. I see. Even the ground might get in my way as I am now. Then, I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away. Downwards, downwards. Ah. Oh no. Too high. In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time it began to feel like the sky. Then, I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind go through. I felt the vivid wind go right through even my body. In other words, blowing through me without any resistance. I've become ethereal. I'm a ghost.
So,
yes.
その感覚を維持して
Maintain that sensation.
わかる。
Yeah, I get it.
すべての妨げから解放されてるのが。
I get that I've been released from all hindrances.
やったエンジェやったエンジ
You did it, Angie. You did it.
ェ魔女の世界への最初の第一歩を踏み出した
You've taken your first step into the world of witches.
これが魔女の世界。
This is the world of witches? Yeah.
じゃあエンジェがずっと望んできた魔法を練習してみよ
So let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for, Angie.
うお友達を呼び出す魔法
Magic that'll summon friends.
エンジェを寂しさから救い出してくれる味方を作りそれによって幸せになる魔法を
A magic that'll create allies who will save you from your loneliness, and thereby bring you happiness.
エンジェにも僕みたいなお友達が呼び出せるの
Will Angie also be able to summon friends like me?
うりゅ
Uryu. Uryu.
今のエンジェにはゼロの海からサクタロほどの友達を呼び出すにはまだまだ早いね
As she is now, it's still far too early for Angie to summon friends like Sakutaro from the Sea of Zero.
最初は呼び出しやすい友達から練習しよう
To begin, let's start by practicing with friends that are easy to summon. Like a rock. Summon a rock.
最初は何を？
What will we start with?
エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの魔女だから
Because you're a witch of Mariage.
同名の魔女が刺激する存在はエンジェもまた刺激することが許されてる
You are also permitted to use those employed by other witches in the Alliance.
例えばサクタロは私の友達だけど同じ同名のエンジェにとっても友達でそして召喚することができる
For example, Sakutaro is my friend, but since you're in the same alliance...
今度試しにサクタロを呼び出してみて
He's your friend too, and you can summon him. Don't make a second one. TBH, I just wish I'd see Canon again. We haven't, yeah, Canon's been MIA. We've been getting a lot of new characters, and then it's just like our old friends just left in the dust. Tragic. You want to try summoning Sakutaro one of these days? When you're so lonely it gets tough, I'm sure Sakutaro will cheer you up. I see. You could call Sakutaro a being employed by Oni-chan. So, as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon Sakutaro too. I met Sakutaro's gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there by my pillow. So he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. Angie's having a rough go of it. I don't know, I just don't imagine... I mean, I know the game is trying to convince us that Angie is very lonely as, like, a person. Because, like, oh, at school, she has no friends. But, like, the rest of her personality doesn't give off, like, very much, like, oh, I'm very lonely and this affects me so much kind of thing. But, whatever. If I call out, will you appear? And talk to me? Uryu! Just trying to drink water. I can't wait to be summoned by you, Angie. Noises. Looking happy, Sakutaro pressed his head against me like a cat. Oh no. Suddenly getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Right. I'll give it all I've got, Oni-chan. Then let's practice. Yeah, I know. It's like... I need the Angie that's the badass Angie. Who doesn't need magic. Then let's practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of Beatrice, a witch from the same alliance. Beatrice's furniture? Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokujima, public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch. And that witch was Beatrice. So, if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Rioni-chan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight, and refuse to talk for a while. At this moment, Oni-chan was my only close friend. So to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than Oni-chan's magic teacher. Also, I believe that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Eva. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday. Angie? Obstructions are entering your body again. Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. I'd expect no less from you, Oni-chan. You instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? That's a pretty creepy name. But they're very energetic and fun kids. They might become your new friends, Angie. First, I'll show you how to summon them. Watch. Marioni-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. The state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then, pale light began to gather in her palms, and one by one, the girls began to show themselves. One, two, three people. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was a masterpiece. Incredible. Just like the illustrations in Oni-chan's grimoire, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted Oni-chan. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Lady Maria, it has been quite some time. Yes.
久しぶりだね。
Long time no see.
みんなも元気？
Is everyone well?
我ら家具は刺激されてこそ家具。
We furniture are what we are because we are used.
久しぶりのお呼び出しを心より光栄に思います。
To us, being summoned after so long is truly an honor. Fucking of course. Yeah, Sakataro!
お久しぶり。
It's been so long.
相変わらず美味しいじゃなかった。かわいい。
You look as delicious. I mean, cute as ever.
私が一番。
Sakataro, quickly, escape. Escape. Me first.
今日もふかふかプニプニしててかわいい。
Kya. Today he's so fluffy, squishy, and cute. Doink.
私にも抱かせて、私にも抱かせて。
Let me hug him too. Let me hug him too.
うりゅ
Uryu.
苦しい。
Can't breathe.
僕は逃げないから離してみんな。
I won't run away, so let go of me, everyone.
こらあんたたち
Hey, you all.
マリア教の家具を壊す気
Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture?
とにかく離れなさいよ抱きしめるの禁止
Anyway, get away from him. Hugging is prohibited.
そう言ってるサタン姉が一番抱きしめたがってるよ
Even though you're saying that, looks like you want to hug him the most, Satan-y. Satan-y. Giggle.
私は別にあんなふかふかのプニプニのワフワフなんて興味ないんだから
It's not like I have any interest in something so fluffy, squishy, and cuddly.
こら
Hey!
マリア教とエンジェ様の御前よ静かになさいこの愚昧ども
Be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Angie-sama, you foolish sisters. They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. And on top of that, I was surprised that the innocent Sakataro was on such good terms with the Seven Sisters.
意外
That's unexpected.
サク太郎があんな物騒な連中にこんなに可愛がられてるなんて
To think that Sakataro would be so loved by such shady people.
同じ同盟の仲間たちだもん。
They're fellow members of the same alliance.
怖くなんかないよ。
There's nothing to be scared of, right?
でも万が一彼女らの機嫌を損ねちゃったらサク太郎あっという間にやられちゃいそう
But on the off chance that their mood worsens, it looks like they could finish Sakataro off in an instant.
大丈夫。
It's alright.
同盟の魔女とその家具はみんな仲良しなの。
The witches of the alliance and their furniture are all friends.
だからサク太郎も安心して遊べるの。
So Sakataro can play without worry.
それはもちろん私やエンジェも同じだよ。
Of course, that goes for you and me too, Angie. It was one of the packs of Marriage Sorcery. Sorcery. Marriage Sorcery. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who were normally shady and belligerent, treated fellow alliance members as friends. So, to the Seven Sisters, Sakataro was a mutual friend. Got a doofy-ass face. He was loved by all of them, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. The scene as I squeezed him and loved him was a bit charming.
なるほど。
I see.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルの仲間同士なのね。
They're fellow members of that thing, after all. At a glance, you'd think that Sakataro's casual atmosphere and the Seven Sisters' shady one would be like water and oil. Looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible. And yet, they were interacting in a friendly way like it was completely natural. If this wonderful alliance could join all the peoples of the world together, I wonder if everyone in the world would be able to become friends right away.
七姉妹のみんな聞いて。
All you Seven Sisters, listen!
今エンジェは魔法の修行中なの。
Right now, Angie is in the middle of magic training,
だからみんなの力を貸してほしいの。
so I want everyone to lend their power.
かしこまりました、マリア卿。
Certainly, Lady Maria.
しかし、具体的には何を？
But what specifically?
君たちを権限させる魔力を私からエンジェに移す。
The magical power materializing you will move from me to Angie.
その状態でいつも彼女の身近にいてあげてほしいの。
In that state, I want you to be by her side all the time.
彼女の話し相手になったりしてあげるだけでいい。
You just have to talk with her.
恐れながら、
My apologies.
エンジェ様の魔力では、私たち七姉妹すべてを四六時中呼び出し続けるのは容易なことではないかと。
But I wonder if Angie-sama's magical power will be able to easily summon all 7 of us around the clock. The oldest sister, Lucifer, gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In other words, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time.
そういう修行なの。
That's the kind of training it is.
エンジェはみんなが想像しているより才能と魔力があるよ。
Angie has more talent and magic than everyone imagines.
ちょっぴり辛いかなとは思うけど、今のエンジェなら挑戦する価値はあると思う。
It'll be pretty tough, but I think it's worth it for Angie to take this challenge as she is now.
エンジェ、
Angie,
今から彼女たちを権限させる魔力を君に切り替える。
starting now, I'll move the magic power materializing them over to you.
つまりエンジェが呼び出したのと同じ状態になるの。
In other words, it will become as though you had summoned them. So, what Mariana-chan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the 7 sisters materialized, you are continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing a weighted wristband.
ウリュウ、
Uryu.
七姉妹全員はかなり大変。
Doing all of the 7 sisters would be pretty tough.
エンジェ、いきなりは厳しくない？
Isn't that asking a lot of Angie all of a sudden? Yes, just like Naruto.
ありがとう、サクタロ。
Thank you, Sakataro.
でも、魔女になるための修行だしね。
But this is training to become a witch.
やれるところまでやってみるわ。
I want to see how far I can go. The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous. But even if this is for training, having them with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least a little. I understood it would be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot.
もしも辛かったら無理をしないでね。
Don't overdo it if it gets tough, okay?
みんなもエンジェが辛そうだったら加減してあげて。
And everyone, if it looks tough for Angie, take it easy.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
わかったね、あんたたち。
Get it, everyone?
はい、お家様。
Yes, Oni-sama.
それではエンジェ様。
Well then, Angie-sama.
これより我ら煉獄の七姉妹はエンジェ様の家具となります。
For now, we, the 7 sisters of Purgatory, will become your furniture.
マリア卿、お願いいたします。
Lady Maria, if you would.
うん。
Yeah.
じゃあエンジェ、
So, Angie,
始めてもいい？
can we start?
いいわ。
Sure.
ちょっと緊張する。
I'm a little nervous.
ウリュウ、
Uryu,
いきなりは辛いかも。
this might be tough all of a sudden.
頭痛になりそうだったらすぐに魔力を減らしてね。
If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power immediately.
じゃあ魔力ソースをエンジェに移すよ。
Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to Angie. Wow. Help! In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. This is... yeah. It's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. It was almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. If they just stood there and blinked once or let out a single sigh, that would put a strong pressure on my head. Lady Maria. My apologies, but perhaps the burden from all 7 sisters at once might be too great after all. I'm okay. No.
やっぱりダメかな。
It won't work after all.
権限に全勢力を使っちゃってる。
You're using all your energy to materialize them.
日常生活と両立できないほどの負荷じゃ意味がない。
There's no point if the burden is such that you can't balance it with your everyday life.
何しろ魔女としてこれじゃちょっと優雅じゃないね。
And anyway, this is a bit unrefined for a witch.
ウリュウ。
Uryu.
だからいきなりこんなに大勢は無理だって言った。
That's why I said doing so many suddenly was impossible. Shut up, Sakataru. Alright? We don't need your hating ass, alright?
みんな少し姿を消してあげて。
Everyone, erase yourselves for a bit.
そうね。
Right.
人数を減らした方が良さそう。
Seems it'd be better to lower the number of people.
アスモ、姿を消しなさい。
Asmo, erase yourself.
また私？
Me again?
末っ子いじめ反対。
I'm opposed to youngest sister bullying.
たまには上から消えてよ。
Disappear starting from the top every once in a while.
それじゃ私が2番目に消えなきゃならないじゃない。
That would mean I'd have to disappear second, right?
やだやだやだ。
No, no, no.
アスモもレビアネも騒がないの。
Don't make a ruckus, Asmo and Leviani.
そういう騒ぎが余計エンジェ様の負担になるだよ。
That kind of disturbance will become a burden to Angie-sama.
あんたが騒ぐのも負担になるのよ、バカサタン。
The noise you're making is also a burden, stupid Satan. Fight, fight, fight. The 7 sisters started arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Angie to bear an even greater headache. I don't know, I'm fading out of existence. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, once 6 of them erased themselves, I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters, just 1 person is my limit.
Ah, これじゃあ7姉妹じゃなくて私一人じゃないですか。
Sheesh, this way it's not the 7 sisters, but just me, right?
エンジェ様、ちょっと頼りないです。
You're a bit unreliable, Angie-sama. Mammon, who had won all of the rock, paper, scissors matches and was permitted to remain until the end, grumbled.
ウリュウ。
Uryu.
マモン、そんなこと言っちゃダメ。
Mammon, you shouldn't say things like that.
エンジェはまだまだ修行中。
Angie's still just starting her training.
大丈夫、エンジェ。
Are you alright, Angie?
頭痛、大丈夫？
Is your headache okay? Sakataro stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria stretched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult.
ちょっと荒行すぎたかな。
Maybe that was a little too much.
マリア、これくらいなら全然平気だけど。
I'd be perfectly fine with this much, though.
友達いっぱいいればいるほど楽しいし。
The more friends you have, the more fun it is.
お姉ちゃんの凄さを改めて思い知るわ。
Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, Oni-chan. Apparently, when one reaches Maria Oni-chan's class, one can summon enough people to perform in an orchestra. Okay. For a witch apprentice, that's awe-inspiring.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you okay?
エンジ様
Angie-sama?
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry.
私にはあなた一人を呼び出すのがやっとみたい。
It looks like summoning you is the most I can do.
まあ私はこれでもいいかな。
Well, I guess I'm okay with that.
だって七姉妹で私だけがエンジ様の家具を独り占めだし。
After all, of all the 7 sisters, I get Angie-sama all to myself.
いかがですかエンジ様。
What do you think, Angie-sama?
私一人なら負荷にはなりませんか？
If it's just me, will it be a burden for you?
ええ、あなた一人ならなんとかね。
No, I think I'll be able to manage you alone somehow.
よかった
Great!
ならいっぱい修行していっぱい魔力を養ってください。
Then please train a lot and cultivate your magic power a bunch.
そしていつかきっと七姉妹で揃ってお使いさせてください。
Then, someday for sure, please bring the 7 sisters together and let us serve you.
約束ですよ。
Promise? After confirming that for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues. Mammon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work harder. I see. That definitely fits with her being greed. But maybe you could also call it having a positive attitude. Yes,
約束するわ。
I promise.
そのくらいはいつかできなくちゃね。
I have to be able to do at least that much someday.
ありがとうエンジ様。
Thank you, Angie-sama.
この強欲のマモン、その日まで必ずエンジ様にお仕えします。
I, Mammon of Greed, will surely serve you until that day. My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up.
オリュ
Uryu?
マリア、エンジ、もうこんな時間だよ。
Maria, Angie, it's about that time.
もう部屋に戻らないと叱られる。
If we don't return to the room, you'll be scolded. Huh? Oh. Hadn't expected Sakatara to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. Snap back to reality. I'm in a bathroom? As though the light had disappeared, the vast world sunk into the darkness. And I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on a toilet. Oni-chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 2000. 8 o'clock. Time for lights out. If I showed up late for the roll call before lights out, not only will things get pretty annoying, but it'll cause trouble for my roommates and floor mates. I couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I don't want them messing with me later. Sigh. My free time by myself is already over for today. I'll sleep, wake up, tomorrow will begin, and another long, long gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. At that time, Oni-chan appeared again and spoke.
ほら、エンジ、
Hey, Angie,
修行を忘れてるよ。
you're forgetting your training.
マモンを連れて行って。
Take Mammon with you. So this is happening in the past section? When did we switch? When did I miss exactly when we went from the 12 years in the future to like the... Did the transition happen when she was summoning all the girls back on Tuesday stream? We swapped in the chapter transition? Did we swap literally like when I closed stream and then came back into this? Like when she was like... Because she passed out, I thought, from like summoning all the girls at once. And that was the 12 years in the future. And it was like, we're back here. Okay. I kind of missed that. And I was like, oh. I mean, it makes sense now, but I just wasn't like thinking about that. But, okay. Because it was weird because it was like... She was like, oh, I'm going to the dream world or whatever. And I thought at the end of last stream. And so I thought we were just like in whatever. It's all like the title of the stream is. This is all just Maria's happy fun time adventure. Don't have to think too hard about it, I think. We're just here for the ride. I'd forgotten. The moment I returned to reality, Mammon's materialization had stopped. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind.
もう園児様ったらひどいです。
Jeez, you're so mean, Angie-sama.
いきなり私を消すなんて。
Why'd you erase me so suddenly?
そんなんじゃ7姉妹を全員呼ぶなんてなかなかできませんよ。
At this rate, you won't be able to call Seven Sisters easily.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
うっかりしてたわ。
I got careless.
人間界に権限するのはすごい久しぶりなので何から何まで興味深いです。
It's been incredibly long since I've materialized in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything.
ちょっぴりワクワクしてます。
I'm getting a bit excited.
ここはどこですか？
Where's this?
聖ルチア学園の寮。
It's like this is a bathroom. The St. Lucia Academy dormitory.
ここはその共用トイレの個室。
This is a stall in the shared bathroom.
各部屋にトイレはあるから、ここには誰も来ない。
Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here.
静かで本を読むにはちょうどいいの。
It's quiet and perfect for reading books.
ここの寮は本を読むにもトイレの個室に隠れなきゃならないの？
So in this dorm, you have to hide in a toilet stall even to read a book?
文書でもやってるんですか？
Do they burn books or something? I have a two-person room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is gloomy and it feels like I'm always getting ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so I really can't relax there. And, as long as I'm not there, she can do what she likes, call her friends over, and chat away. It's more convenient for them too if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also a library, but there's a group that uses it as a meeting place, and they're always talking behind my back. So I don't like to go there. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. I forgot that she just hides in the actual bushes. Damn. Life is hard. During the night, it's a stall in the shared bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can find peace. I opened the door of the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon to come with me. Oh, I'm sneaking a
よくわ
girl.
からないけれど、園児様にとってとても快適とは言い難い場所だってことが分かったわ。
I'm sneaking in the new girl that doesn't wear pants. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I don't really get it, but I realize it'd be hard to call this place pleasant for you, Angie-sama.
早く表に出ましょう。
Let's go out quickly.
ここの空気嫌い。
I hate the air here.
そう、
Really?
ここの空気が一番まともなんだけどね。
I think the air here is the most decent. When I left the bathroom and entered the corridor, because it was near lights out time, several kids who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own room. I know, that was, I thought it was weird. I didn't know if it was like a figure of speech, like the air, like the atmosphere. I thought at first they were talking like, oh, the atmosphere. I don't like the atmosphere here. But then them just being like, oh, the air here. I don't like the air here. It's toilet air. When it came time for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes. Line up in the hallway and go through the dorm leader's roll call. That sounds fun. On the off chance that someone was late, we would take collective responsibility and all the floor mates would have to undergo punishment in the form of volunteer work. As long as I avoided this, the girls would look at me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing kids and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some kids from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, the topic of their conversation noticeably changed. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room and changed. Then I hastily went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up.
何これおかしい。
Hey, this is weird.
ここってお嬢様学校じゃないの？
I thought this was a school for rich girls.
刑務所みたい。
It's like a prison.
バカみたい。
Stupid.
やっぱりそうよね。
You think so too?
私もそう思ってるわ。
That's what I think.
刑務所よりさらに厳しい点は、素行が良くても刑期が短くならない点かしら。
And unlike prison, you don't get out early for good behavior. After bad-mouthing the place, I noticed something. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately, Mammon's form can only be seen by her summoner, me. Oh. Oh yeah, she doesn't appear to everyone else. Man. Missed opportunity for wacky high school-like hijinks. But freeze frame. But freeze frame. But I think of like wacky, I don't know, 80s, early 90s movie where it's like a montage of like sneaking in the halls and like, oh no, the roll call person's gonna find the witch. Freeze frame. Freeze frame. Whenever I think of like montages from those movies, I always think of two songs, either Freeze Frame or that every little thing she does is magic, every little thing that turns me on. I don't know any more words after that, but every montage from those movies, one of those two songs. Only seen by Summoner. Great. And of course, there was no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I had to do was speak inside my mind, so no one could listen in. Magic, and the friends it creates, might actually not be so bad. All these people are sheltered brats. Feels like they aren't even alive. Ha, 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 ha. Stop it. If you're seen by some chance, it'll be pretty bad, right? Humans without a fragment of hopes. Without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like a lump of anti-magic. There's no way they'll be able to see me. Huh. You lower life forms can't even see. Giggle, giggle. Are you okay being around so many humans with that magic-resisting toxin? I'm fine as long as you continue to make me materialize, Angie-sama. Although, since you'll probably have to keep concentrating to materialize me, there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life. Look, that girl you're sharing a room with is calling you, right? Huh? Oh. Ishiro-san, are you listening? About our weekly duty starting next week? She's probably trying to push a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who never even looked me in the eye normally, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But it'll be easier to have the weekly duty pushed onto me alone rather than doing it together with her. There's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me nonstop. Even so, without a completely shameless excuse, she sidestepped the issue for some reason and insisted on flipping the situation around, as though I should have come forward and done it on my own initiative. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. That kid just pisses me off. I'd love to just gouge her right in the forehead. Yeah. I hope you do one of these days. Oh my god. Dude, she's gonna go on a killing spree. Just kill everyone in this school. Do it. Do it. Yeah. Having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. Really was lively with all the 7 sisters gathered together. I'm sure just watching them mess around will be a lot of fun. I want to gain enough magical power to summon all the 7 sisters at once, and soon. So I'll train much, much more. And finally summon the thing I really want to find. Question mark? What is it you really want to summon, Angie-sama? Mammon noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated I hesitated to talk about it, but then figured that there was no reason to hide it and told her.
家族よ。
My family.
お父さん、
Dad,
お母さん、
Mom,
お兄ちゃん。
Oni-chan.
それってつまり死者の魂？
So you mean the souls of the dead?
異界の住人を呼び出すのは召喚だけど、死者の魂を呼び戻すのは反言で、それは全くの別物。
Calling a resident of another world is summoning, but calling back the souls of the dead is called resurrection. And they're completely different.
反言はかなりの大魔法のはずですよ。
Resurrection is supposed to be a very high level magic. I know. So much so that even Rioni-chan can't do it at all. That's the thing I want to find with magic the most. I've been warned that's very difficult high level magic. So great that, in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach that point even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is vital for making magic succeed, whether it's summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have that, a magic that would already have been difficult is now hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Dad or Mom by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to remember just Oni-chan by. And that's this.
そのピンクの玉の頭飾り？
That hair accessory with the pink jewel.
何それ？言っちゃ悪いけど、演者様にはちょっと安物っぽい。
What the hell? I hate to say it, but it looks a little cheap for you, Angie-sama.
昔、お父さんに内緒で、
Long ago, without telling Dad,
お母さんと一緒にお兄ちゃんに会って、遊園地に遊びに行ったことがあるの。
I went with Mom to meet Oni-chan, and we went to play at an amusement park. Sometimes it's weird to think that it's just like Harry and Rudolph's kid. Yeah. Just because, I'm constantly not. Until she starts talking about her parents, every once in a while I'm like, when that's brought back up, I'm like, oh, yeah. It is strange.
そこのクレーンゲーム。
Especially because she seems just so far removed from them and their whole situation. This is a prize from the crane game there. I know it's cheap. I realize that it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. My new friend is making fun of my hair clip accessory thing. Fucking friend. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler Oni-chan is by my side. Huh? Oh. They're in like an arcade. I was like, what is that location? I was so confused. The glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each capsule had some cute accessory in it. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young, and it was too hard for me. I tried it several times, but I didn't even get close. Mom said that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what we'd get, so there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the problem. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt really important and sacred to me. So I wanted the cheap thing inside more than anything. Then, oh, look at this. Look at this image. Oh, look at baby! Baby Angie! Then Battle Oni-chan came over after finishing a game of shooting soldiers with a gun. And tried to do it for me. With his arms that were longer than mine, Oni-chan grasped the happiness that I couldn't reach. Oni-chan really was coordinated. It seems he often played with his friends at the arcades. After only 1 or 2 attempts, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass with the crane that I hadn't even been able to touch, and threw it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remember that it looked very, very reliable. For several days, I felt like opening the capsule would be a waste. Then, one day, I finally opened it up. And what revealed itself inside was this pink jeweled hair accessory. Since that day, it's been a symbol for Oni-chan. Since I was young, I felt that having all 4 of us gathered, including Battler Oni-chan, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I treated this hair accessory as a charm for bringing my whole family together. So I always used to wear it. I wanted to feel my reliable, fun, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time, and let him live in our house.
でも、お兄ちゃんの記憶は あまりに遠い。
But my memories of Oni-chan are very distant. It's just funny. She's having like this memory of like, God, I love my brother so much and he seems so reliable. And I love him so much and he did this thing for me. And then like, go back like 2 or 3 streams and like when she ran into Battler. And she's like, you fucking idiot. She's like, stop falling for the witches things. Like she was just shit talking. It seems funny to me.
マリアお姉ちゃんがライオンのぬいぐるみからサクタロウを生み出したようには簡単にできない。
It's like, oh, a touching reunion. I can't do it as easily as Marioni-chan created Sakataro from a lion stuffed animal.
私は死者の魂を蘇らせる大魔法をいつか必ず身につける。
One day, I'll surely possess the high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead.
そしてそれを成功させられる唯一の鍵がよりしろがこれなの。
And the only key, the only vessel that can make that successful is this. Yeah, now don't you feel bad, Mammon? Now don't you feel bad now?
なるほど。
Take it back. Take it back. I see.
その頭飾りにものすごい魔力を感じてたけど、そういうわけなのね。
I did feel an incredible magical power from that hair accessory. So that's what it was.
魔力？
now you say that. Okay, yeah, sure. Magical power?
お兄ちゃんのこれに魔力が宿ってるの？
There's magical power in this thing Oni-chan gave me?
園児様が宿らせていると言うべきかもね。
Maybe I should say that it resides in you, Angie-sama.
園児様の兄を呼び出したいという強い思いが魔力を与えている。
Your strong desire to call your brother gives you magical power. Oh, I hit down on accident.
確かに反言は大魔法だけど、
Resurrection certainly is a high-level magic.
園児様はその魔法のために無意識のうちに着実に階段を上っているのは間違いない。
But there could be no mistake that you're steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs towards it. God, this seems just ever so ripe for like, this is planting a seed. We're planting the seed. She wants to learn a very powerful magic of resurrection. And I can't help but think that that's going to come into play at a very important key moment at some point. We already saw in the 12 years later moment where she surprised Maria and the different sisters and everything, and she was able to summon on her own like 5 of the 7 sisters. So she was already, her magical power increasing seemingly at a very high rate. At some point she's going to resurrect someone and it's going to be a big thing.
嬉しいわ。
She's going to resurrect Kairi. I'm going to be excited. And then Kairi, Battler, and Angie are all going to be able to spin the chessboard together at once. A monumental chessboard spinning. I'm glad.
私以外の人にそれを認めてもらえるのは。
It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that. Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a shady demon girl who controls one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy.
反言の魔法に至るのと寿命を全うするのとどっちが早いかだけは私には保証できないけれども。
Well, I can't guarantee that you'll obtain the resurrection magic before your life is over.
でも挑む山の高さが高ければ高いほど魔女としての力も比例していく。
However, your power as a witch is proportional to the height of the mountain you dare to climb.
園児様はくじけることがなかったならきっといつか私たちの元の主
If you don't lose heart, I'm sure you'll rival even our former master, Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ様に匹敵するほどの大魔女になれると思います。
As a great witch someday.
なれるかしら。
I wonder if I can.
大魔女になってお兄ちゃんを。
I wonder if I can become a great witch and revive Oni-chan.
家族を蘇らせることができるかしら。
No, my family.
反言の魔女演者教
I feel like I missed the part where they became former. Well, I think, okay, let's try to... Well, the only thing I can think of is and obviously I could be very wrong, so let's give myself a little bit of forgiveness here if I am. In this timeline, or at least in this sequence of events, in this timeline, this is Eva did become the new Beatrice. She killed everyone else on Rokujima. And then I just stop. I just freeze. and then something must have happened. Maybe there was it could be that we're working with an incomplete sequence of events. There could have been something in the in-between between the Rokujima incident with Eva killing everyone, and then something happened in between there where Beato Eva Beatrice, I'm just saying words, but just Eva Beatrice was a thing. She took away Beato's powers. Assumingly, maybe that means then when Eva proper passes away, then it's just, yeah, maybe it's just storage. Is it? Help. I need a lifeline. Are we working with incomplete knowledge? Is there events that have happened in the timeline that we've just have not been partaken to, or am I actually wrong about something? I would assume I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't think I'm wrong necessarily. I just think I'm working. I think Angie mentioned last stream. Waiting, pausing, waiting for critical information. Typing. Yes, that was said. That's true. Yes. But does that mean something happened to... Well, obviously something happened to the stakes, but then... Did that mean something bad also happened to just Beatrice? I don't think we know what happened to Beatrice. Okay. That was my guess. My guess was that there's some kind of events that I think... Does Beatrice even exist? Wow. I mean, it's a good question. I think it's intentionally supposed. I think I'm not, even though it's not a great answer, I think it's intentionally supposed to be obscure. Wherever the true answer lies, it's supposed to be unclear. And then whatever had happened, I think something must have happened. I just feel like something must have happened in between, in this timeline of Eva getting her thing and killing people on Rokujima to now. Exactly. Yes. Okay. The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Angie. Yeah, wonderful. A Witch of Resurrection is a very rare kind of witch. Having a master like that would make me pretty proud. Actually, I'd love for that to happen.
家具の価値も主の格に比例しますので。
Because furniture's worth is also proportional to the class of its master.
もうベアトリーチェ様さえ抜いちゃって、天下無双の大魔女になってくださいね。
Please pass Beatrice-sama up and become a peerless great witch.
煉獄の七姉妹を代表して心より応援申し上げます。
As a representative of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, I'll support you from the bottom of my heart. Yeah! I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, a cute kid like Sakataro would be best. But even this fifth sister of the shady Seven Sisters who controlled the seven deadly sins. You know what? I thought summoning someone cute and adorable like Sakataro would be a great friend, but instead I got partnered with this skank of a... And you know what? She's pretty cool too, I guess. It was enough to calm my heart so much all by herself. Marione-chan has probably known that since long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again. And I kept on stubbornly rejecting her. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year for a child is worth 10 years for an old person, right? Now I find my past self, which only ever complained, deplorable for wasting my precious time. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mammy continued to talk to me alongside my pillow. I promise. One day for sure, I'll develop a magical power that can summon the Seven Sisters. And I'll let them have a lively and fun time. 7 of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family. Family! Family must be together. I must bring them together. Family. She is just like Dom. My awareness began to return slowly. Unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria Oni-chan's relationship. Oh, this was all within this thing. Unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria Oni-chan's relationship, I ran away from Beato's and Oni-chan's game, didn't I? I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from the strange world of the witch's game. After all, as long as I'm here, I'm not allowed to call myself Angie. At the time, I felt someone's presence. No, when I turned around, I could see Mammon there. Gretel-sama.
そろそろお戻りになられないと、ゲームの進行に差し支えると、ベアトリーチェ様が仰せです。
Beatrice-sama said that if you do not return soon, it will become a hindrance to the progression of the game.
速やかにお戻りになられますように、お願い申し上げます。
I beg that you return swiftly.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
もう戻るわ。
I'll go back now.
よかったじゃないですか。
Isn't it great?
何が？
What is?
バトラお兄ちゃんに出会えて。
That you were able to meet Battler Oni-chan.
皮肉？
Is that sarcasm?
そう聞こえるなら、そういうことにしてもらってもいいですけど。
Well, if that's how it sounds, feel free to call it that.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
言葉通りに受け取るべきね。
I should have taken it literally.
ええ、そうよ。
Yeah, you're right.
こんなおかしな世界であっても、お兄ちゃんに出会えて心底に嬉しいわ。
Even in this screwed up world, being able to meet Oni-chan makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. Ah, that sounds convincing.
お兄ちゃんのためにベアトリーチェ様に打ち勝つ？
And you'll win against Beatrice, for your Oni-chan's sake?
ええ。
Yes.
いつまでもこんな世界で遊ばれてちゃ困るもの。
Can't have him playing around in a world like this forever.
そろそろお家へ帰る時間なのよ。
It's about time for him to return home.
だから私が呼びに来たわ。
That's why I came to call him.
せいぜい頑張ってください。
Please do the best you can.
私、
Do the best you
今
can.
の主はベアトリーチ様ですので、応援はできませんが。
Although I can't support you, since my current master is Beatrice-sama.
知ってるわ。
I know.
1986年10月5日までは、あなたはベアトリーチェの家具よ。
Until October 5th, 1986, you are Beatrice's furniture.
そしてやがては私の友人になるわ。
And eventually, you'll become my friend.
そしてやがてはその友人を捨てるわけですが。
But eventually, you'll throw that friend away.
何しろ
Uh-oh. After all... Memon moaned as if she'd bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently, the rules apply to people other than me as well.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
それ結構辛いわよ。
It's pretty painful.
失礼しました。
Excuse me.
グレーテル様。
Gretel-sama.
いいえ、
No.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Question mark?
嬉しいわ。
I'm glad.
お兄ちゃんに出会えて。
Glad I was able to meet Oni-chan.
あなたの最初の問いへの答えよ。
That's my answer to your first question.
じゃあ戻りましょう。
Well, let's go back.
私があまりぐずるとあなたが今の主人に怒られるわ。
If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master.
はい、
Yes,
ご理解いただけて助かります。
I'm glad you understand.
それではこっち。
Well then,
マモン？
Mammon? Huh? I'm sure Mammon was about to say, well then this way. But then, she stopped as though the film had been torn off at that point. It looked like she'd suddenly frozen. Then, I noticed. She wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. Okay. A world where it seemed even time had frozen. Yes. This looks like a portent that Burn Castell will appear. But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then, I understood. It wasn't Burn Castell. It was the other witch.
調子はどうかしら、エンジ。
How are you feeling, Angie?
ラムダデルタ。
Lambda Delta.
あなたにはルールの適用はないのね。
Oh, it's our best friend Lambda Delta. I can't get over the fucking name. Alright. The rules don't apply to you, do they?
当たり前でしょ。
Of course not.
ルールは他人を縛るためにあるのよ。
Rules exist to bind others.
自分をそれで縛るバカはいないわ。
What kind of idiot would bind themselves with them? Burn Castell is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's a being on the opposing side. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. Separate from when she was trying to figure out who she was on the... Oh, yeah. True. True. There's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. Even compared to Burn Castell, there's something strange about Lambda Delta's existence. It's... how should I put it? Maybe like she's a being from a higher dimension? In any event, I was still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that was certain was that she was my enemy. No, just knowing that might be enough, but...
それで、私に何かご用？
So, do you have some business with me?
まあね。
Not really.
あなたたちの会話に耳を傾けてたら、ちょっと面白い話になったんでね。
When I listened in on your conversation, it started to get a bit interesting.
あなたにちょっといい話を聞かせてあげようと思って。
I thought I'd let you hear something good.
あなたは私の敵のはず。
You're supposed to be my enemy.
そのあなたが私に得する話を聞かせる理由が思いつかないわ。
I can't think of a reason for you to tell me something that'd help me.
つまり、耳を傾けた時点で負けということだわ。
So the moment I start listening to you, I lose.
じゃあね、See you next time.
Bye. See you next time.
誤解しないで。
I love the fucking voice lines that are like them speaking in English, because it's like almost like very like forced tagline English. Look at me tell you to fuck off in English. I have no more time for you. Don't misunderstand.
私の相手はベルンであって、あなたじゃないわ。
My opponent is Burn, not you.
つまり私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得るということよ。
In other words, it's possible for there to be a topic that benefits both you and me.
悪いけど
Sorry,
私には聞く気がないわ。
but I don't feel like listening. Although I said that, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is satisfied. This itself might be proof that she's in a higher dimension than me. Haven't been given the option of not listening to her. All I can do is try not to be shaken by anything she says, and strengthen my mental guard. She'll probably try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me. Threatening me. Huh.
そんなに身構えなくてもいいってば。
There's no need to square off like that.
私はあなたの誤解を解きに来ただけよ。
I just came to resolve your misunderstanding.
いえ、ちょっと違う。
No, that's not quite it.
ベルンカステルがあなたについた嘘を教えてあげようと思ってやってきたのよ。
I came to let you know about the lie Bern Castell told you.
ベルンカステルが
Bern,
嘘
Bern Castell lied?
あなたはベルンにベアトを倒せば兄が帰ってくるようなそんな言い方をされたんじゃないの？
Didn't Bern make it sound like your big brother would come back if you defeated Beato?
さ
Who knows?
ああなたに話す気はないけど
I don't feel like talking with you. My brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. Getting just one person only if I was lucky had been a promise without very high hopes. But that's enough for me. After being promised an eternity of isolation, having a faint but still non-zero chance was like a shining beacon.
ある意味ベルンのその約束は嘘ではないわ。
In a way, that promise of Burns wasn't a lie.
ベルンがそう約束したのならきっとあなたがベアトを倒せばバトラも両親も解放されてあなたのところへ帰ってくる。
If Bern promised, then I'm sure that if you defeat Beato, Battler and your parents will be released and will come back to you.
何の問題もないじゃない
Then there's no problem.
本気で？
Seriously?
あの子は案外残酷よね。
That kid is surprisingly cruel.
分かってて騙すなんて。
To think she'd deceive you, even though she knows.
私がどう騙されてるというの
How are you saying I was deceived? Damn. I'm letting her take the initiative, but I won't be released until I lend an ear to her. Angie being fucking manipulated by this little kid witch. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. So, you hate to see it, especially after her being like, oh, I can't be shaken by anything she says, and then literally like the first 2 sentences out of her face. Angie's like, oh god, I'm quaking in my boots. So it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized I was falling into a trap, I urged her forwards.
今は何年？
What year is it now?
このゲーム版の世界のこと
You're talking about the world of the game board?
ならば1986年10月4日よ
In that case, it's October 4th, 1986.
その通り。
That's right.
ならばあなたがベアトに打ち勝ったなら台風が去った10月6日に島に囚われていた人々は帰還する。
So if you win against Beato, then on October 6th, when the typhoon has passed, the people who are trapped on the island will return.
1986年の10月6日にね。
On October 6th, 1986. That is, right?
だから何
So what?
あなたの1986年の10月6日はどうだった？
How was your October 6th, 1986?
親戚の家にいたんじゃなかったかしら。
You were at your relative's house, right? I'd been at the house of the only Sumadera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. When I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got that call. After watching to make sure that I'd remembered, Lambda Delta laughed unpleasantly and spoke.
ね
Hey,
え、あなたの1986年10月6日に
on your
ド
October
ラお兄ちゃん帰ってきた？
on your October 6th, 1986, did Battler Oni-chan come home? Even though I didn't understand what she was saying, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. Ah, I don't get it. I don't get it. What is this witch saying?
いい
See?
あなたがベアトを倒せばバトラは確かに解放されるわ
If you defeat Beato, Battler will certainly be released,
そしてお家へ帰るでしょうね
and he'll probably return home
1986年のお家
to his home in 1986.
だってそうでしょ
After all, that's how it is, right?
バトラは1986年の10月4日から5日に閉じ込められてるんだもの
Battler was locked up from the 4th to the 5th of October 1986.
解放されたらその翌日に帰るのは当然でしょ
It's only natural that he'd return the next day if he were to be released, right?
そしてあなたは
And you?
1998年
You're a person from the year 1998.
バトラが帰ってこなかった1998年の後ろ宮エンジ
You're Ishiromiya Angie of the year 1998, where Battler did not return.
意味わかる
Know what that means?
何言ってるのあんたは。
What are you talking about? I know the song does go really hard. I definitely have added this on my Spotify. once I was told of the title.
10月6日に家族が家に帰ってくるなら素敵じゃない。
If my family came back home on October 6th, wouldn't that be wonderful?
私はすぐにおじいちゃんの家から帰る
I come home from Grandpa's house right away,
わ。そして私たちは出会う。
and then we'd meet.
めでたしめでたし。
Everyone would be happy.
え
Yes,
え後ろ宮エンジは家族に再会できるでしょうね
Ishiromiya Angie probably would be reunited with her family.
1986年に6歳の後ろ宮エンジ
The 6-year-old Ishiromiya Angie from 1986 would, right?
私って誰？
Who am I?
後ろ宮エンジよ
Ishiromiya Angie,
18歳
an 18-year-old one.
違う
No, that's not it.
後ろ宮エンジじゃない
You aren't Ishiromiya Angie.
そういう名前の魔女の駒なのよ
You're a witch's piece with that name.
厳密にはエンジェ・ベアトリーチェという名の全くの別人
Strictly speaking, the name Angie Beatrice belongs to a completely different person.
意味わかる
Know what that means? I don't really get it anymore. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh? Huh?
だからベルンは残酷だなって思うの
And that's why I think Burn's cruel.
いいね意地悪だなって思うのよね
No, I think she's a meanie.
そういう経験なくもないくせにね
Especially since it's not like she hasn't gone through the same thing herself.
私
Am I
何か
being tricked
騙されてる。
somehow?
ああでもどうかベルンを責めないでね
Yeah, but please don't blame Burn, okay?
だって考えようによってはあの子は嘘をついてない
After all, depending on how you look at it, that kid isn't lying.
ベアトを倒せば家族が帰ってくる
If Beato is defeated, your family will be returned.
後ろ宮エンジのところへ
Return to Ishiromiya Angie.
でもその後ろ宮エンジがあなたのことだとは言ってないだろうけどね
But she probably didn't say that this Ishiromiya Angie would be you, right? Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Burn Castell say to me again? Your assistance is required. Your family needs it. Burn Castell started by saying that. Then I spoke. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? And how did Burn Castell answer that again? I cannot promise that. She did make me a promise. In exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, this is what she said. In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yeah, that's right. She didn't say any more than that. She'd look for it. She didn't say she'd find it. But I was prepared for that from the beginning. But even so, that child promised that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And, in the end, she said this: I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting.
初めから辛い賭けになることを承知よ。
I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning.
だって私の1998年には家族はいない。
After all, I have no family in my 1998.
絶対のゼロが揺らぐわずかの可能性と引き換えなら
I've even just a small chance of shaking that absolute zero
私にはそれだけで価値がある。
would be worth it.
仮に復讐を成し遂げても徒労になるかもしれないと事前に脅されてるの。
I was warned beforehand that even if I succeed in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort.
だから
So,
ええ、その部分に嘘はないわね。
yeah, there's no lie in that part.
ベアとのゲーム版は完璧よ。
Biyato's game board is perfect.
あんたが立ち回ったところで
Even having you around.
ベアとの敗北する可能性なんて生涯に一度のみ夢見ることを許されるかどうかくらいほんのわずか。
Makes the chances of Biyato losing so slim that it's doubtful you could even dream of it happening once in your life.
つまり限りなくゼロとみなせるほどに絶対にその勝率はほとんどゼロ。
In other words, your chance of winning is almost zero, so absolutely that it could be regarded as infinitely close to zero.
だからベルンがそういうお茶を濁した言い方になるのは仕方がない。
So, Byrne can be forgiven for saying that part in such an evasive way.
でもあなたに夢を持たせた点についてだけは騙してると言い切れるわ。
But I can say for sure that she was tricking you when she let you get your hopes up.
だって天文学的な確率を乗り越えてあんたが勝利できたとしても
After all, even if you could overcome astronomical odds and win,
家族が帰ってくるのはあんたのところじゃない。
the person your family will come back to isn't you.
この1986年に存在する6歳の正しい後宮エンジェのところへね。
It's the 6-year-old Angie that exists in this 1986. The true Yoshiromiya Angie.
あんたのところにじゃない。
Not you.
ベルンはそれでも100億のかけらをめぐりあんたに一番マシな世界を探すでしょうね。
Byrne will still probably go around the billions of fragments searching for the best world for you.
そしてその彼女が言ったんじゃないの。
But didn't she tell you?
手土産に持参するつもりだが見つけられなかった。
That she planned on bringing it to you as a present, but wasn't able to find it?
言ったわ。
She did. Giggle, giggle, giggle.
そろそろ気づいてきた。
You're finally starting to notice, aren't you?
あんたこの戦いにご褒美が用意されてないのよ。
No reward has been prepared for you in this battle.
いえそれどころかベアと打ち破ればゲーム版は消え去る。
No, to the contrary, when smashed, Biyato's game board will disappear.
そしてその駒であるあんたも消え去る。
Then you, as a piece, will disappear.
あんたが享受できるゴールは完全に
The sort of goal you'd be capable of accepting is
い
completely
いえ
no.
私の名において宣言するわ。
I'll proclaim it upon my name.
この絶対の魔女ラムダデルタの名において
Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta,
絶対にないと宣言する。
I proclaim that it certainly doesn't exist.
そんな
That can't be.
それがベルンの嘘。
That's what Byrne lied about.
煙に巻いたと言うべき。
Or should I call it speaking in riddles?
あんたに救いがあるかのように誤解させた。
She made you misunderstand and think you could be saved.
私はそれを解きに来たのよ。
I came to clear that up.
つまり
In other words,
私はどう戦い
No matter how hard I fight,
どう勝利を収めようとも
no matter how hard I pursue victory,
私のところに家族は帰ってこないの
my family won't come back to me,
帰ってこない
right? They won't come back.
絶対に
With certainty. Oh!
絶対の魔女が絶対にって言ってるの
Which of certainty says it with certainty.
これってすごいことよ
Isn't this incredible?
私に絶対が与えられたくて歴史的建造物を捧げた古代の王たちが何人もいたのに
Several ancient kings have dedicated historical buildings to me because they wanted me to give them certainty.
私はそれを気前よくあんたにはプレゼントしちゃうの
And here I am, graciously giving it to you as a present.
これってばとっても素敵でキュートでマーベラスなことなのよ
Isn't this really incredible? Cute and marvelous? Oh!
でも
But
一つだけいい提案があるの
I have a single good proposition for you. Damn. I'm getting completely overwhelmed. I knew I shouldn't have listened, and now I'm starting to be overwhelmed by this witch, Lambda Delta.
私の相手はベルンであってあんたじゃない
My opponent is Byrne, not you.
私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得る
Didn't I
と
just
さっき言ったはずよ
didn't I just say it's possible for the two of us to talk about something that benefits us both?
最初から私はそういう話をすると言っているわ
I've said that from the beginning.
だから耳を貸しなさい
So listen to me.
貸すしかないのよあんたには
You have no choice.
聞くわよ
Okay. Okay.
聞いてやるわよ
I'll listen.
聞けばいいんでしょ
I've just got to listen, right? I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Angie, but at some point I stopped being Angie. That's right. I'm Angie. All caps Angie. Not Angie. Who am I? I'm not my parents' child nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game.
そこまで悲観することはないわ
There's no need to be so pessimistic.
だってよく考え
I mean, think about it, okay?
て今あんたはバトラーお兄ちゃんに出会えているわ
Right now, you're tougher with Battler Oni-chan.
確かに自らの名を名乗ることはできないけれど
While it's true that you can't tell him your name,
それでも少なくとも魔女と戦うゲームの味方同士という位置にいて
at least you're positioned as his ally in a game where he battles a witch,
いつまでも永遠に一緒にいることができ
and you're able to be with him for all eternity.
る意味わかる
Know what it means? I can't stand it. But I understand. In other words, as long as Oni-chan keeps getting a tie in this game, it'll continue forever. Continuing to tie means continuing the game for eternity. It means that I can remain with Oni-chan as a piece. But if Oni-chan wins, or loses, and the curtain closes on the game,
駒であるあんたは消える
you as a piece will disappear.
ゲームの駒の幸せは何
How do you define happiness for a game
ゲ
piece?
ームで遊んでもらうことだけよ
Getting used by someone playing the game? Nothing more?
押し入れにしまわれて埃をかぶることじゃないわそうでしょ
You won't find it when the game's shut in a closet gathering dust, right? In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness comes from being used, not being stored away. That's right. I am now the witch's furniture.
話を少し変えるわね
Let's change things around a bit.
実は私このゲーム永遠に引き分け続けてほしいと思っているの
To be honest, I want this game to continue in a tie for all eternity.
終わらないゲームは永遠の檻
An unending game is an eternal cage.
ベルンを今度こそ屈服させる未来永劫に開かれることのない絶対密室よ
An absolute closed room that never opens for all time. And that'll finally make Burn surrender.
ベアトはね、一応は勝つ気があるの。
You know, Beato does want to win a bit.
バトラーを屈服させるという勝利ね。
Victory by making Battler surrender.
でもね、実はそれも私には困るのよ。
But that's actually a problem for me.
だってゲームが終わっちゃったら密室が崩れてしまうもの。
After all, if the game ends, the closed room will fall apart.
だから私、バトラーが屈服することだけはないように、ある程度の手心を加えてるの。
So I'll go easy on Battler a bit, stop him from surrendering.
安心して。
Don't worry, okay?
バトラーが屈服しかけると、私は彼の味方になったりもしてるのよ。
When Battler's about to surrender, I'll become his ally.
ただね、
But you know,
どうもベアトのやつ、それにうすうす気づき出してる気がする。
I get the feeling that Beato is faintly starting to realize.
このゲームに自分の勝ちは永遠にないんじゃないかって気づき始めてる気がする。
I think she's starting to realize that her victory won't come for all eternity in this game.
でもそこはさすが無限の魔女。
But she is, of course, the Endless Witch.
ベアトはバカだから、それでもいつかきっと勝てる。
Beato's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually.
それまで延々と無限にゲームを繰り返せばいいと楽観してるわ。
Like she just has to repeat this game on and on endlessly.
金髪の女は大抵考えが足りないって決まってるものよ。
Of course, pretty much all blondes are morons. Got him! Got him! Blonde stereotypes, funny. Funny stuff.
この魔女のゲーム
In this game of witches,
勝利も敗北も
there will never be
ないってことなの？
a victory or a loss. God, this music's been I need to shed a layer of clothing. This music is going too fucking hard. I need to get all hot and bothered. I need to take this off. Okay. Take that off. Alright. I have this music just pumping into my ears. And I feel my core body temperature rising. Okay. In this game of witches, there will never be a victory or a loss.
私が勝たせない。
I won't let her win,
そして負かせない。
and I won't let her lose.
絶対に。
With certainty.
ベルンはそれに気づいてる。
Burn noticed that.
そしてそれを破るために、最も強力な駒としてあんたを見つけ、送り込んできた。
So, she looked for the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock, found you, and threw you in.
このゲームを終わらせるためにね。
To make this game end, you see.
このゲームを終わらせる？
To make this game end?
終われば駒の役目は
What's a piece's role when the game ends?
はっきり断言する。
I'll state it clearly.
あんたは存在が矛盾してるのよ。
Your existence is a contradiction.
自らの存在理由が自らを闇に葬り絶望するため。
Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in the darkness and despair. My goal is to defeat Beato and release my captive family. And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded.
負けられない。
You cannot lose.
そして勝っても報われない。
And you won't be rewarded if you win.
だから私は第三の選択肢をあなたに持ってきたの。
So, I've brought you a third choice.
そしてその選択肢は私とあなたの利害を一致させるわ。
And that choice will make our interests coincide. Continuing the tie for all eternity.
そう。
Yes.
永遠に引き分け続ける限りこの世界は崩壊しない。
As long as the tie continues forever, this world will not crumble.
この世界は何？
What is this world?
魔女とのゲームの世界。
It's the world of the game with the witch.
ベアトとバトラが永遠に戦い続ける世界。
A world where Beato and Battler fight for all eternity.
そして同時に
And at the same time,
あなたが永遠にバトラと一緒にいられる世界なのよ。
it's a world where you get to be with Battler for all eternity. This seems like Angie. I don't know. Doesn't seem like the greatest situation. Oh man, if you just continue to have this thing running on for eternity, you'll get to be with basically your fake brother. What a fun situation. Get to play this game where pieces are being tortured and madness and with shitty people. I play this board game. I play a game with shitty people for all eternity. My head was spinning. That confusion became a hot liquid, and I felt it pouring from my eyes. It was so hot that I felt like I'd burn my face. It'd burn my face. Right?
エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ
Angie Beatrice.
ゲームを終わらせあなたとバトラの交流できる世界を終わらせようとするのが目的のベルンカステルに味方する理由がどこにあんの？
Since Berncastell's goal is to end the game and end the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be your ally?
あの子はあんたを騙してたのよ。
That kid tricked you, you see.
自分の駒になればあんたが救われるかのようにごまかしてね。
She made it look like you might be saved if you became her piece.
でも私はそこをごまかさない。
But I won't deceive you there.
だから言うわエンジェ。
So I'll say it, Angie.
私の駒になりなさい。
Become my chess piece.
私はベルンのように絶対にもらえない嘘のご褒美なんてちらつかせないわ。
Unlike Bern, I won't offer you rewards based on lies that certainly will never be granted.
私の駒となる。このゲームが絶対に終わらないように私に協力する限り。
As long as you become my piece and help so that this world certainly never ends,
私はあんたにこの世界が絶対に続くことを我が名において絶対に約束する。
then with certainty, I'll swear upon my name that this world will certainly continue.
それだけじゃないわ。
That's not all.
ボーナスもつけてあげる。
I'll add on a bonus. Oh, it's like an infomercial when you get like a bonus cooking utensil. I'm certainly tired of her bullshit.
あなたに課せられているルール。
This rule that binds you,
それを取り払ってあげるわ。
I'll clear it away for you.
まあもちろん私の駒になると誓ってもらった後にだけどね。
Well, of course, I'll only do it after you've sworn to become my piece, okay? In my own throat, there was a thick, loud gulping sound. Ah, I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister, praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have been degraded into a witch's furniture. One that cares about nothing but being by Oni-chan's side.
兄を裏切れと言ってるわけじゃないんだからね。
I'm not telling you to betray your brother, okay?
バトラが負けそうになったら全力で助ければいい。
If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got.
逆にバトラがベアトを追い詰めすぎたら少し加減を変えてあげてほしいと。
On the other hand, when Battler closes in on Beato too much, I want you to hold back a little.
その程度のお願いをしてるのよ。
That's all I'm asking, alright?
大丈夫。バトラを裏切るほどの必要はないわ。
Don't worry, there's no need to actually betray Battler.
バトラ一人じゃベアトには勝てない。
Battler can't win against Beato alone.
だからベルンはあんたを送り込んだんでしょ。
That's why Bern threw you in, you see.
あんたが手を貸さない限りバトラは永遠にベアトには勝てない。
As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beato for all eternity.
え
See?
とっても簡単でしょ。
It's really simple, isn't it? Oh, ah, ah, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, madness. All right, I'm proposing a new thing. You get to play this game for all eternity. You sandbag whenever Battler seems like he's gonna win and get close to winning. And other than that, you just get to exist in this hellscape. Like, you ever been trapped in a game of, you're playing Monopoly with some like relatives or something you're just not a fan of, and it just feels like it's going on for fucking forever, and you're just like, I want to be released from this. and then you have a little girl named with the stupidest name ever, named Lambda Delta, telling you, hey, if you get this game to continue, just keep like slipping money to yourself and others on the table. Just make the game last forever. If you keep doing that, I'll allow you to keep playing this game. And you're like, oh, that sounds like a good thing. Alright, I'm gonna BRB really quick. I'm going to go to the restroom and such. So give me like a few minutes. Angie wants the game to last forever too. That's true. No, I get it. But, well, she's being swindled to think that. I truly think that if she, well, I guess I'm trying to read into Angie's mind, but like, I feel like she's having those intrusive thoughts put into her head that she should want it to last forever. But I think if she was thinking more clearly, she'd be like, no, that's actually a bad situation. In my opinion. This is an opinion on my part. That if she wasn't being swindled by Lambda Delta, she'd be like, that's actually bad for both me and everyone else involved. I'm gonna BRB. I'll be right back. And we'll continue. I still have a few hours in me left for tonight. So, be back very shortly. Stretch your legs. Get some water. Anything else? I'm back. Just chilling, listening to the piano being played. Monica, if you were asking about the music track, I sent it in the Discord if that's what you were talking about. But also if you meant something else, you can ask me. Okay, dope. Where's the game? Where did I put that scene? Where did I put that? There it is. Black screen? Black screen? There it is. Panic? 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 Okay. So, scene transition. Leviathan says, "Hey,
それ私の
that's mine.
返して
Give it back."
やだやだ私が食べるの
No, no, I'll eat it.
アスモパース
Osmo, pass. Good. We transition from being mentally tortured, by a little girl named Lambda Delta to whatever the hell this is. Kyahaha.
レビアお姉様こっちこっち
Over here, Levioni-sama. I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly. So I assume this is now... We're messing with a bunch of different... We're, like, episode 4 here, we have been zooming around, like, different, sections, different timelines and such, all within episode 4, which has made things a little, wonky understanding-wise. But I believe this is probably going to be the time where, Angie had summoned the majority of the sisters in. Hey!
エンジェ様は読書をなさってるのよ。少しは静かにできないの？
Angie-sama is reading, so can't you be a little more quiet?
そう言ってるサタンが一番うるさいのよ。沈黙なさい。
Yelling stuff like that makes you the loudest one, Satan. Be silent.
この愚昧が。
You foolish little sister.
ルシファーお姉様の方がうるさいです。
You're the loud one, Lucifer Oni-sama.
文句が終わり？
Is there something you'd like to say to me? I was already used to the oldest and the third oldest sister arguing with each other. Even though they're both quick to anger, it's a bit funny how they're both having to hold back a little. They might be surprisingly like each other. You were told to be noisy, but this is a bit too much. Should I make them lower the volume a little?
気にしないで騒いでてくれていいわ。
They can mess around all they want.
教室の黄色い笑い声より100倍心地よいもの。
It's 100 times more pleasant than that shrill laughter in the classroom.
エンジ様早く次のページ
Angie-sama, go to the next page quickly.
エンジ様は読むのが遅い
You read really slow.
マモンは読書が好きなの？
You like to read, Mammon?
地味なことが一番苦手そうに見えるのにね。
You look like you'd be the worst at doing boring things.
マモンが司るのは強欲。
Mammon controls greed.
知識欲にもそれは通じます。
That also includes a thirst for knowledge.
ただし、独占したがるので、本を与えると人に読ませまいと、読書後に焼いてしまうこともあるのでご注意を。
Still, she wants to keep that knowledge all for herself, so be warned that she refuses to let people read any book you give her, sometimes burns them after reading them.
私は
What a
誰も知ら
weirdo.
ないことを私だけが知っているのが好き
I like knowing things that no one else knows.
誰もできないことを私だけができるのが好き
I like being able to do things that no one else can do.
だから勉強は好き練習は好き
So I like studying and practicing.
私だけが誰も知らない英知を独り占めしたいから
Because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows about all to myself. As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling, she peered down at the page that was open and read through it again. You could see the greed that made her covet that page even more thoroughly than I did. As you can see, my magical power has grown much stronger than it was on the first day I summoned them. By now I've gotten so that I can summon all the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once, and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I can't recall exactly where it is a quiet and calm street-side bench. I have this image that I saved long before anyone in this group started playing this game. Well, let's take a look at this. Wow. Oh, I should take a look at the... Oh, okay. The other image there. The fucking face. The fucking face. Man, the Umineko memes they just run deep on the internet. And us, the joy in us being able to partake in them now and give context to them. Let's see, where is this? This place, although I can't recall exactly where it is a quiet and calm street-side bench. I'd been young back then, so I don't remember the details of its location. Still, I remember that my days walking here were a lot of fun. Together with Dad, Mom, and even Oni-chan. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when everyone had been together. The people who walked by every once in a while didn't notice me. They just pleasantly ignored me and passed by as though everything was normal. Even the 7 Sisters' incredible outfits weren't embarrassing or anything. Incredible outfits. Incredible outfit. Because it wasn't like anyone was actually watching. Come to think of it, I'm getting pretty used to it. Speaking of outfits and speaking of somewhat memes, I need to see a bunch of Umineko cosplayers. Where are the Umineko cosplayers? I would assume they would be everywhere. There are literally dozens of us reading this. Where are they? Again, I want like a full, like, Jesus, with how many characters there are, I want like a one group shot. Like every fucking character. Maybe I've seen them a lot. Maybe I just didn't recognize it. Hiding in plain sight. True. Possible. Possible. Come to think of it, I'm getting pretty used to it, as long as they don't make me wear those. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy setting, where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was considerably below the average grade for the class. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn by colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it had taken to draw that was repulsive. Wait, they were fucking rude. But I've already spat out all those complaints. I've already voiced my constant and furious anger and sadness to these girls here. The sisters were sometimes indignant, sometimes sympathetic, and sometimes mourned along with me. I was truly happy to be able to share emotions like that with my friends. It said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrifice ceremony. According to the occult messages bottle I hated, it seems that several of them even attacked my family. The Sisterhood of the No Pants. I'm gonna get the joke out before you say it. The Sisterhood of the No Pants. I don't know if you're actually gonna say the joke, but when you said the Sisterhood, I just thought of the traveling pants, but they've, as we've discussed, no. I just think it's funny because I know, like, we as the readers understand that the sister of the traveling pantsuit. We're supposed to understand that the 7 sisters of Purgatory exist. as like summons, but no one else can see them. And so it is like this parallel of like Angie, just this recluse who doesn't get along with other people. She just has basically what boils down to as imaginary friends. She has a group of imaginary friends, and the seven sisters, Maria at this point, a little cat boy. If anyone knew, they would throw her, get her on some meds, maybe. But I don't believe that, and it's pointless to question them all about it. They are furniture, so they only respond to their master's requests. Even if they really did attack my family, I can't hate them. What I really hated was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Or else that ringleader of the Shermia suspicion, Aunt Eva. Angie-sama, quickly, the next page.
ごめん。
Oh, sorry.
疲れたわ。
I'm tired.
少し休憩させて。
Mind if I take a break?
エンジ様、休憩だって。
Angie-sama said break.
遊ぼう遊ぼう。
Let's play, let's play.
エンジ様、遊ぼう。
Angie-sama, let's play. When they noticed that I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. And that wasn't all. Oh, ah! Just joking. Ah! Like I'm repulsed. Even Marina Oni-chan and Sakataro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hid themselves so that they wouldn't interrupt my studying. Uryu!
エンジ、
Angie!
お勉強どう？お勉強どう？
How's studying? How's studying? Yeah! Sakataro!
元気？
How are you?
ちょっと、
Wait a second.
私にもモフモフさせて。
Let me squeeze him too.
早い者勝ちだっていつも言ってるでしょ。
Don't we always say that the first one to get there wins?
かわいいかわいい。
Yeah, cute, cute.
うきゅー、潰れちゃうよ。
Ukyu, you're crushing me.
うりゅー。
7姉妹が揃ってる時に現れたのが運の尽きだ。
Your luck ran out when you showed up while all the seven sisters were gathered.
おとなしくモフモフされてもらおう。
Give up and let us hug you.
もう
Come on!
いつもこんなにしてしまって
It always turns out this way.
愚昧な姉と妹どもは申し訳ありません。
I apologize for my stupid older and younger sisters.
サクタロもみんなに会えて喜んでるよ。
Sakataro is happy to meet everyone too. That's the thing. I think Sakataro secretly enjoys it. People fawning over him. He just outwardly tries to express that he's uncomfortable. I don't believe it for a
どう？エン
second.
ジ。
How's it going, Angie?
お勉強の調子は？
How's the studying going?
ありがとう。
Thanks.
まあそこそこには。
Well, not bad.
ご丁寧にも他のクラスで先にあった小テストのプリントが回してもらえたの。
They were nice enough to pass around printouts from a quiz that another class took earlier.
麗しい連帯感に涙が出るわ。
Their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Oh, I muted myself in time. Look at that. Sneezed.
とりあえず
Ugh.
年表を頭に入れるだけでもまあ多少はマシかしら。
Well, at least it's probably better to put a timeline into my head.
うりゅ
Uryu,
う、エンジお勉強偉い。
you sure are good at studying, Angie.
いっぱい点数取れるよ。うりゅう。
You'll be able to get a lot of points. Uryu. Yeah, study well so you can get a lot of points.
お疲れ様。
Good work.
ま マリア、お勉強は全然ダメだったから、ちゃんと勉強すれば点数が取れる園児が羨ましいよ。
I was terrible at studying, so I'm jealous of you for being able to get a good score when you study hard.
ご冗談を。
You're joking.
英語、ラテン語、オカルトの知識。
When it comes to English, Latin, and knowledge of the occult,
そんなの丸暗記できてるお姉ちゃんの方がよっぽどすごいわ。
you're much more amazing for being able to remember so much.
マリアは魔法のお勉強は何でも覚えられるけど、つまんないお勉強は何も覚えられない。
I can remember anything when studying magic, but I can't remember anything boring. I love how Angie's like, but Maria, you're so good at English and Latin and occult-like things. As if that's like the core things that a little girl would learn in school.
だからテストでも何も役に立たない。
So that didn't help at all for tests.
確かにオカルトの知識はどうかと思うけど、英語なんかは成績に結びつくんじゃない？
Well, it's true that occult knowledge would be like that, but your grades must have been pretty good in English, right?
小学校1年生の時、国語のテストで
In the first year of elementary school, on a Japanese language
鉄
test,
砲のイラストの脇に四角が4マスあって、そこに名前を書きなさいって問題があった。
there was a problem when I was given a picture of a gun and was told to write its name in 4 squares.
ライフルって書いたら×だった。
It got marked wrong because I wrote the English word rifle in katakana.
どうして？
Why?
合ってるじゃない。
Doesn't that fit?
鉄砲が正解だって。
It was supposed to be the Japanese word for gun in hiragana. That.
カタカナは小学1年生では習わないからダメだと言われた。
I was told that's wrong because you don't learn katakana in first grade.
マリアはよくわからないから、
I didn't really get it.
その日以来テストでは全てひらがなで書くようにしたよ。
So from that day on tests, I wrote everything in hiragana. This is like back, it's an Austin childhood story time. I remember it was either kindergarten or probably first grade, where, like, my teacher thought it important that she brought up and sent, like, a notice to my mom, my parents, that I, like, was writing my check marks wrong. And my mom was confused, and so she had me do, like, the check marks. Like, you know, like, instead of an X, like the opposite of an X, like a check mark. And, like, the thing was, my mom was left-handed. So, like, the way she wrote her check marks somehow, like, my right-handed brain at the time, like, translated it into writing it, like, I guess what's technically backwards or whatever. And so it was, like, this whole thing where, like, I had to, like, correct the way I wrote check marks. It was really dumb. All right, what is this? Let's see. This one, I think people getting mad at you because you aren't supposed to know it yet. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I think people getting mad at you for using cursive because you aren't supposed to know it yet. That's like, it's like using high-level math skills to solve a question when they're like, no, you should have done it this way. I didn't really get it. From that day on tests, I wrote everything in hiragana.
でもなぜかママには怒られる。
But I got in trouble with Mama for some reason.
先生にも怒られる。
Got in trouble with the teachers too.
お姉ちゃんは多分生まれる国を間違えたわ。
Also, in kindergarten, I remember my teacher giving me shit because, like, I wrote my uppercase W's the same way I wrote my lowercase w's, but just smaller, where it's all pointed. And my teacher kept hounding me, saying, no, lowercase w's you need to make rounded, you know, like the rounded bottoms, to make sure that they look like lowercase w's. And I as a kid would always just write, you know, it's a big W or a little w, but always pointy. And she would give me shit. So I had to, like, completely, like, rewire my little brain. You were probably born in the wrong country, Oni-chan.
なら らマリア、魔女の国に生まれて魔法学校に入りたかった。
Then I'd rather have been born in a country of witches so I could enter a witch school. Witch school. Ooh.
そうしたらもっともっと素敵な魔法の友達がいっぱいいたかもね。
If that happened, you might have had much, much more wonderful magical friends.
うり
Uria. Ooh.
でも別に今は何も気にしてないよ。
But it's not like I mind it now.
だって魔法はいっぱい使えるし、魔法のお友達もたくさんいる。
After all, I can use lots of magic, and I've got a lot of magic friends.
マリアにはサクタロがいれば十分だもの。
Sakataro is all I need.
僕だけじゃないよ。
I'm not the only
サ
one.
クスケもサク吉も動物の音楽隊もアザラシの下田く
Who
んも
the fuck?
ウサギの早苗さんも小豚のピゴーくんも他にもいっぱい。
Alright, I'm gonna try my best here. There's also Sakusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda-kun, the seal, Sanai-san, the rabbit, Mr. Pig-kun, and plenty more. Where are all these friends, huh? Let's summon all these friends, huh? Incredible. The number of Oni-chan's friends keeps increasing. Oh my god, the number of friends just keeps increasing. Look at all these Pig-chan and the seal thing. Oh my god, there's just so many friends. I'm so ready for them to all become human forms. The number of Oni-chan's friends keeps increasing. Every time I ask, the number of names for her friends grows. But there's no doubt that Sakataro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of all those close friends. Oh, Angie. Oh, Angie, this is tragic. What do you think?
七姉妹は
How are the seven sisters?
仲良くやれてる？
Do you get along with them?
本当に賑やかな姉妹たちよ。
Those sisters are really energetic.
たまに物騒なことを言い出すけど悪くないわ。
They sometimes say shady stuff, but they aren't bad.
本当はサクタロみたいな可愛い子が良かったんだけど、今は彼女たちと一緒でも十分いいかなって思ってる。
I'd wanted to get a cute kid like Sakataro, but I think being with them now is more than enough. I don't know. I think I'd rather have the seven sisters. Give me the demonic seven sisters of purgatory over a cat boy any day. Maria says giggle.
もっと私の原初の魔法を学んだなら、きっとエンジェの好みの友達を生み出せるようにもなるよ。
If you learn more of my magic of origins, I'm sure you'll be able to give birth to friends you'll like, Angie.
今のエンジェに想像はまだちょっと難しいね。
Creation is still a bit too hard for you now.
想像と召喚は違う。
There's a difference between creation and summoning.
そして反言もまた違う。
And resurrection is also different.
やっぱり
Resurrection.
一番の願いは家族を蘇らせること。
So, your greatest wish really is to revive your family?
Mm.
Question mark. Yes.
よりしろは持ってるよ。
I have a vessel for it.
これ
This.
そうだね。
That's right.
その髪飾りならいつかきっとバトラーを呼び出す鍵になるよ。
I'm sure that hair accessory will eventually become the key to summoning Battler.
あとはエンジェの修行次第だね。
The rest is up to your training, Angie.
それがいつまでかかるのかわからないのが泣けるけれども。
Although, not knowing how long it'll take is enough to make me cry.
ウリュ
Uryu,
辛くてもしっかり
stay strong even if it's tough.
エンジェが諦めなければ絶対にいつか叶うよ。
If you don't give up, Angie, it will definitely come true someday.
絶対に叶うという保証を誰かがくれたならきっと心も休まるでしょうにね。
If someone gave me some proof that it would definitely be granted, at least that would calm my heart.
ウリ
Uryu,
ュなら僕が保証する。
then I guarantee it.
エンジェはいつかきっと必ず願いを叶えられるよ。
Without a doubt, Angie will surely have her wish granted someday.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
気休めでも嬉しいわ。
I'm glad to hear it, even if you're just saying it to console me.
気休めじゃないよ。うりゅう。
It's not like that, Uryu.
ダメだよエンジ。
Stop it, Angie.
そういう感情は半魔法の毒素になるよ。
That kind of emotion will turn into the magic-resisting toxin.
夢は必ず叶うって気持ちが一番よく芽吹く魔力の種なんだよ。
The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into magic power. I mean, I hate to say it like this, but like, the more I keep thinking about it in my head as I'm reading this, and we've made jokes about it now and everything, like, it does almost, it makes more and more sense if all the seven sisters and Maria and now Sakataro are all like in her head, and she is just suffering from like some kind of affliction where she's lonely, she has no one to confide in ever, and she's like, all right, magic time, and then she somehow gets a hold of this book, and then she like imagines that she's summoned basically Maria, and then like Maria has access to all these friends, and she feels very close to Maria because she's read this book and she knows all about Maria's past life, or history and everything, and so she feels very close. And I'm not saying that that's actually the case here, but I'm just saying the more and more you read it and you start looking at it from that angle, it is kind of just like, oh, what if all this is just kind of like just in her head?
そうね。ごめんなさい、お師匠様。
That's right. Sorry, teacher.
エンジ様は少し強欲さが足りないのよ。
You need to be a bit greedier, Angie-sama.
欲しいもののためにはどこまでも
Go however far it takes to get the thing you desire.
手に入れるまで絶対に諦めないという根性が足りない。
You're lacking the willpower to never give up until you get it.
無理よ。
Uryu!
そんなことないよ。エンジェは頑張ってるよ。
That isn't true. Angie's doing her best.
ありがとう、作太郎、マモン。
Thanks, Sakataro. Mammon.
泣き言なんて何の足しにもならないもんね。
Crying about it won't help anything.
私にはただ頑張るしか道はないのよ。
There's nothing I can do except hang in there.
努力するわ。
I'll try hard.
歯を食いしばってね。
I'll grit my teeth.
そして必ず夢を叶えるわ。
I'll definitely make my dreams come true.
絶対に。
With certainty.
無理よ。
Uryu!
エンジェ偉いよ。頑張ろう。
You're awesome, Angie. Do your best.
僕もママも応援する。
Mammon and I will support you.
ええ、応援します。
Yes, we'll support you.
主が強欲であればあるほど私たちの価値も上がるというもの。
The greedier our master is, the more our worth will increase.
それよりエンジ様、
More importantly, Angie-sama,
せっかく10人も集まったんだし、
we finally got 10 people gathered here.
みんなでしりとりでもして遊ぼうって提案がありまして。
We plan to have everyone play Shiratori or something.
負けたら罰ゲーム。
Sorry, I was just so thrown off. In my head, I kept imagining Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. If you lose, there's a punishment game.
私に耳をかじらせて。
Let me nibble your ears. No.
もうあんたの頭には食欲以外ないの？
Come on, is hunger the only thing inside that head of yours?
グマイどもの愚かな提案をお許しください。
Please forgive my foolish sister's stupid proposals.
そろそろ勉強に戻られなくても大丈夫ですか？
Are you sure it isn't about time you return to your studying?
やだやだやだ。
No, no, no!
ずっとお勉強終わるの待ってたのに遊んでもらえないなんてやだ。
I waited so long for you to finish studying, so I can't stand if you don't play with us.
悪くない提案と思います。
I don't think it's a bad idea.
たまには遊ぶのも頭の良い柔軟になるかと。
Perhaps playing every once in a while is good for softening the mind.
ベルフェが司るのはタイダだっけ？
You govern sloth, right, Belfa?
もっともらしいことを言ってるけど、うまいことを言ってるわね。
What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you?
失礼しました。
My apologies.
エンジェ様は勤勉でおられる。
You are diligent, Angie-sama.
エンジさえ良ければ私もみんなと遊びたいな。
If it's okay with Angie, I'd also like to play with everyone.
みんなでワイワイ。
Let's make some noise.
きっと楽しい。
It'll definitely be fun.
風流。
Uryu.
エンジ遊ぼう遊ぼう。
Angie, let's play, let's play.
みんなでしりとりをやろう。
Raise the roof. Let's all do Shiratori.
ではサクタロのウリュウからスタートで。
Oh, we got the whimsical piano back. In that case, let's start from Sakataro's Uryu.
この場合何からになるの？
In that case, which sound should we start the next word from?
リュ？
Ryu?
ユ？
Or you?
ウリュウから？
From Uryu.
は
Are they playing a
なんだろう
word
ね。
game? Is that what Shiratori is? Are they just... I wonder.
やっぱりリュウ？
Maybe it really should be Ryu.
こんなおかしな語尾の単語が出てくるなんてめったにないし。
It's rare for a word that ends like that to come up.
じゃあ私が一番。
Then I'm first.
リュウから行くね。
I'll do a word starting with Ryu.
時計のネジのリュウズ。
Oh, Jesus. Ryuzu. Watch crown. This is gonna translate well.
私が一番に言いたかったのに。
I wanted to go
リ
first.
ュウトの方が素敵。
Ryuto, sure, loot would have been wonderful. I just gotta stumble through these words. Just bear with me. Zoo?
なんだかさっきから難しいのばっかりね。
Feels like we keep getting tough
と
ones.
いうか、順番どうなってるの？
Wait a sec. What order are we going in?
次は誰？
Who's next?
ウリュウ、
Uryu.
誰でもいいと思うよ。
I don't think it matters who.
思いついた人順でいいよ。
Whoever thinks of a matching word first.
何それ、面白いね。
What's that? Sounds
いっ
interesting.
ぱい言えた人が勝ち？
How about the person who can say the most wins?
早口しりとりだね。
It's fast talking Shiratori.
じゃあ私行くね。
Then I'll
ズ
go
ッキーニ。
Zucchini. I can say that. Look at me. Look at me. Zucchini. I'm making a very dumb face as I said that. You just have to believe me. No cam on. You'll just have to believe that I made the dumb face as I said zucchini.
ニンニク炒
Niniku itami. Garlic stir fry.
め。メカブのパスタ。
Mekabu with pasta.
どれも美味しそう。
All of them delicious.
3つもいっちゃった。
Kya! I said 3 of them.
ベルゼ3点獲得と。
Bells takes 3 points.
接続詞はありなのか？
Can you use conjunctions?
のがありになったら何でもありになっちゃうわ。
If you could use with, then anything would work.
最後のはダメよ。
That last one doesn't count.
1点減点。
Minus 1 point.
目からよ。
Let's start with me.
じゃあマリアね。
Then I'll go
メレンゲ。
merengue.
ゲ
Ge.
お
Uh.
ウ
Uria.
下水道。
Gesuido. Drainage system. Oh, this is good. This is just.
埋め立て地。
Umetechi. Reclaimed land.
地下室。
Oh, I can say that. Chikatsu. Basement.
ざっとこんな感じ？
How'd you like them apples?
お姉様、なんだか品のない単語ばっかり。
Oni-sama, those are all pretty crummy words.
何よ。じゃあ品のいい単語で続けてみなさいよ。
So what? Then why don't you try following up with something refined?
とにかく私3点ね。
Anyway, that's 3 points for me.
次はつよ。つ。
Next one's s. Okay, s.
こんな変なしりとり初めて。
I've never played such a weird Shiratori before.
うんうん。
Ooh, ooh.
面白い。
It's fun.
うりゅう。
Uryu.
全然わかんないけど面白い。
I don't get it at all, but it's fun. I'm just happy to be here. It's just like
うりゅう。
Uryu. Get me out of here. Get me out. I've played normal Shiratori before, but I've never experienced a short Shiratori this weird. There's only the lively 7 sisters, Miria Oni-chan, Sakutaro, and me. I'm now surrounded by friends that are so fun to be with. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone didn't change the fact that I was still locked up in an academy, without a single friend in my class. Bwah, bwah. But despite that, I'm able to have such a fun and lively time. I'll also become a witch like Miria Oni-chan. And someday, I'll add my family to this fun circle. Dad, Mom, and Oni-chan. And if possible, George Oni-chan and Jessica Oni-chan. And the other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing, and we'll all gather together.
それが私の夢。
This is my dream.
そうよ。
That's right.
私はそれを叶えるまで絶対にくじけない。
Until I make that come true, I definitely won't lose heart.
エンジ様はきっと大魔女になられます。
I'm sure I'll become a great witch, Angie-sama.
あなたがそうだと信じるだけで、
As long as you believe in that.
我ら煉獄の7姉妹はその日まで常におそばにお仕えするでしょう。
We 7 stakes of purgatory will always serve by your side until that day comes.
いてくれる？
You'll be there for me?
いつまでも
No matter how long?
私の力になってくれる？
You'll lend me your strength?
当然。
Of course!
だって私エンジ様の友達じゃないですか。
After all, I'm your friend, right, Angie-sama?
そうね。
Yes, that's right.
常に全員揃ってみんなで遊びましょう。
Let's all stick together and play together.
今もこれからもずっとずっと
Today, and in the future, always. Always.
エンジ様が夢を叶えられる日まで。
Until the day your dream comes true, Angie-sama. The lively 10-person game of Shiratori, alongside a street cut off from time under the constantly bright rays of the sun, could have continued forever. But then an ominous wind comes. Oh!
マジほんと。どういうわけ後ろ宮さん。
Wait, seriously? What's going on, Ishiromiya-san? Huh? What's going on? What? Huh? Huh? In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. Oh, fuck. Oh, she was too busy playing word games and didn't study. Oh, tragic. Tragic. Well, this is actually going to be sad, isn't it? In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. I tried memorizing things in my own way, but if you can manage anything by cramming the night before a test, no one would ever worry about tests.
あらかじめ問題が分かってたら普通楽勝じゃない？楽勝。
Normally, when you know the problems beforehand, you should be able to pass easily, right? Easily.
さすがの私たちも空欄に答えまでは書き込みませんでしたわ。
It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks for you.
その程度はお勉強してくれると信じてましたから。
We thought you'd studied at least that much.
何これ。
What the hell?
ちょっとマジこれ信じらんない。
Come on, are you serious? I can't believe it.
ほとんどダメじゃない。
They're almost all wrong, aren't they?
あんた本当にちゃんと予習したわけ？
Did you really study properly?
一応
More or less.
い 一応ってレベルじゃありませんことよ、後宮さん。
This isn't what you call more or less, Ishiromiya-san. I'm telling you, this feels like we're setting up for like a carry type situation. She's practicing magic. She potentially has access to the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. She is going to exact revenge on all these fucking schoolmates of hers. They're all gonna laugh at you. I'm telling you, she is going to unleash hell upon these people, and they're all. And then the last thing they're gonna see is Maria-chan and her fucking and a cat boy, and then they'll die and they'll perish. Their last image will be of a cat boy, and then one of the 7 stakes will be driven through all their heads. Then they will wish they didn't chastise Angie here for her failing grades. It's like one of those posts that's like, remember that nerd you bullied in high school? This is what they look like now. It's just the same image of Angie, but behind her is like the 7 Sisters of Purgatory and like a cat boy. This is what she looks like now. This isn't what you call more or less, Ishiromiya-san.
ここまでひどいと私、めまいすらしそうですわよ。
It's so horrible that it makes me dizzy, okay?
おお、神よ。
Oh, God.
こんな簡単なテストすら無残な成績を残し、
Please forgive her for getting a miserable grade on such an easy test.
クラス全体の平均点をガタ落ちさせる彼女を、どうかお許しください。
And for making the average score for the entire class plummet. Why do they give a fuck? Honestly? Just back the fuck off. Giggle. I know the game tried to explain that, like, apparently the classes care about, like, their average grades. So I assume that's, like, the school system, whatever they're in, this private school that they're in. Like, it matters. But in the end, wouldn't it make, like, if you're thinking about it individually, like, if you have someone who does bad in the class, then by comparison, you look better? That's how my brain thinks about it. I'd be like, oh, thank you for getting a bad... Yeah, it's a society thing, probably. I know the answer truly is it's like their school system or this private school system or like a cultural thing. But me personally, I'm of the mindset of like, I just gotta run faster than the slowest person. Comparing across classes. I guess that makes sense, yeah. I mean, that has to make sense if that's why they're upset. What did I say? Did I say, what, I just have to run faster than the slowest person? Is that bad? And just as like a general term, you know? I mean, it's true. I meant like, you know, the phrase, like if you're getting chased by like a, I don't know, what's an animal? A lion? I'm just saying, I'm just referring to the phrase. I'm not saying I necessarily... I'm just... Giggle, 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 cackle, cackle. The same test had been given in another class first. That test paper had been obtained, so the average score for our class had been unusually high. Enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things I had no excuse for. If I'd spent that entire day studying like mad, I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After that, on that day, I spent the whole time having fun playing Shiratori with the 7 sisters, Sakutaro, and Oni-chan. Ooh, bad influences. Bad influences. As expected, the winner had been Maria Oni-chan. She was a strong player thanks to her wide knowledge of trivia. Sakutaro had gotten the punishment game. He spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, completely forgetting to think of any himself. Because of that, he'd been squished by the 7 sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, hadn't he? Oh.
ねえ、聞いてる、後宮さん。
Hey, Are you listening, Ishiromiya-san? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. Yeah, she's getting hit. They were annoying, smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, an exasperated expression on her face.
相変わらずおかしな学校ね。
This is a messed up school, just like usual.
自分の成績が良かったなら万々歳じゃないの？
Shouldn't you be more than happy as long as your own grades are good? See? It's me and Mammon. Us, the free thinkers, the individualists. Yep, just me and the seven sisters. We are all the same. We're on the same page. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
連帯責任とやらのせいでしょ。
Wow, they're literally saying the same things that we just talked about in chat. It's probably because of that collective responsibility thing.
彼女らにとって自分の成績がどうこうじゃなくて、
Instead of worrying about their own grades,
クラスの平均点が低くて恥ずかしい方が問題なのよ。
they're more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class average to be low.
あるいはその結果、罰則として与えられる奉仕活動が嫌で仕方ないのかもしれない。
Or maybe it's because they really hate the volunteer work they're forced to do as punishment.
それってつまり成績を良くしたいから勉強してるとかじゃなくて、
So in other words, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good,
連帯責任や奉仕活動が嫌だから勉強してるって意味？
but because of collective responsibility and since they hate volunteer work,
妬ましくて恥ずかしいのよ。
they're jealous and embarrassed.
誰かより劣りたくない。恥ずかしめられたくない。
They don't want to be inferior to anyone, and they don't want to be humiliated.
そんな気持ちだけが彼女らを勉強に駆り立ててる。
That's the only feeling that drives them to study.
勉強がしたければ勝手にすればいいのに。騒がしい奴ら。
What noisy people. They want to study, why can't they just do it themselves?
つまるところ、
In the end,
連帯責任も奉仕活動もなければ、彼女らは勉強などする気もないわけだ。
without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study.
勉強の意味も知らず勉強することの、なんと愚かしいことか。
How foolish it is to study without knowing the meaning of studying.
しかし、本当にこいつらはうるさくてバカバカしい。
Still, these guys really are annoying and stupid.
エンジェ様の貴重な昼の一時を邪魔するなと言うのに。
Don't you dare disturb Angie-sama's precious day for even a minute. I'm telling you, it's happening. It's gonna happen. Why? I hate these people.
早くどっか行って。
Just get lost.
お腹すいた。
I'm hungry.
早く消えて。
Go away now. Oh no, a storm's brewing.
ごめんね、みんな。
Sorry, everyone.
人間ってのはどうしてここまで浅ましいのかしらね。
I wonder why humans are so shameful.
自分で努力するより
It's probably because instead of working hard themselves,
エンジ様に努力させる方が楽で強欲に平均点を稼げるってことでしょ？
it's easier to make work hard and earn them at a higher class average to satisfy their greed.
人間なんてみんな強欲。
Humans are all greedy,
そしてより楽なようにそれを強いる。
and they'll burden others with their greed to make things easier for themselves.
こいつら
So
と
true,
やがて
sister. So
煉
true.
獄の山で再会するわ。
We'll eventually be reunited with them on the mountain of purgatory.
第五感を抜けるときはせいぜい己が足元に注意することね。
When they get to the fifth terrace, they'd better watch their step. Mammon controls the fifth terrace of the mountain that reaches to heaven, Mount Purgatory. Since she's saying this, you can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven won't be an easy one. Oh, no, on the contrary, let them just fall into hell. Screw them to heck. The class committee went to the student council and applied to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study trip, or group. A wonderful little gathering so that they could all surround me and make me study. I'm so grateful I could cry. Which meant that every day, all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon would be stolen. The Academy and its student council, with its theme of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I was no longer able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course it didn't turn out like such a naive illusion. After school in the classroom, dozens of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show regret for my actions. Of course, there's no way for me to respond when asked a question like that. They've loathed me all this time, and they've rejected me and kept me at a distance, preventing me from joining in on their community. So, I've avoided their community myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict for either of us that way. So even in this group that was enthusiastic about raising the class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Even if I tried to join in, they would probably ignore me, like they always did in the past.
言ってくれれば私たちいくらでも教えてあげたよ。
If you just asked, we would have taught you whatever you wanted.
ね
Right?
え。ね
Right! How obnoxious. They were getting themselves all worked up. I've already had enough of the hypocrisy of their tacked on excuses.
後ろ宮さんの悪いところはね、協調性がないところなのよ。
Ishiromiya-san, your problem is that you're lacking a cooperative personality.
自分さえ良ければいいって思ってる。その考えがいけないのよ。
You mustn't be satisfied as long as everything's good for you alone.
セールチーヤの学び屋に集う者は協調の心を持つように。
Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart.
ちゃんと生徒手帳にも明記されてましてよ。
It's written right there in the student handbook, right?
協調性があれば
I think having a cooperative heart is what gives birth to desire to study together and contribute to the entire class.
クラス全体に貢献するために一緒にお勉強しようという意志も生まれると思うの。
I believe that itself is the thing you lack before you even start studying, Ishiromiya-san.
そここそが後宮さんにお勉強以前に欠けている部分だと思うんだけど、どう思うかしら？
But what do you say?
ねえ、さっきから私たちの話を聞いてる？
Hey, have you been listening to us?
あなたのために私たちはわざわざ放課後に残ってこうしてお話ししているのよ。
We went to all the trouble of staying after school to say this for your sake, right? Dots. I'm so grateful I could cry. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they reprimanded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was made to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, this was to be done by today. The class committee politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of this classroom. Seems it was accepted right away. Which means that starting now, I'll be forced into self-criticism for at least a full 5 hours here. Ishiromiya Angie got a low score on her test and caused trouble for her classmates.
違うでしょ？
That's not it, right? Smack.
成績が低くて迷惑をかけたってのは根本じゃないでしょ？
You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem, is it?
協調性でしょ、協調性。
It's a cooperative attitude, right? A cooperative attitude.
も
Come on.
うなんで後宮さんの反省文の書き方まで私たちが指導しなくちゃならないのよ。
Why do we even have to direct Ishiromiya-san on how to write a letter of regret? Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed the directions and erased it. Ishiromiya Angie didn't have a cooperative attitude and caused trouble for her classmates.
ねえちょっと私たちが言ったのをそのまま書いても意味ないのよ。
Hey, wait a sec. It's pointless if you just write whatever we say, right?
あんた反省って意味分かってんの？
Do you really know what regret means?
自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ意味がないじゃない。自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ。
It's pointless if you don't write in your own words. Pointless.
後宮さんってちょっと不思議な子だなって思ってたけど、やっぱり変わってるよね。
I mean, really, if she can summon the seven sisters of purgatory, and she knows that their furniture to be used, like, what would it take? All she has to do is just be like, all right, fuck it, go rain hell down upon all these bitches. Get them. I always thought you were a bit strange, Ishimiya-san, but you really are weird. Ha 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 ha. Even following their directions didn't change the jeers much, and now it felt like they were mocking me even more. So for several more hours, without rest, without even being allowed to go to the bathroom, much less dinner, I was continuously abused. I was coerced into writing a paragraph that humiliated myself. It's gonna happen. I believe it. I feel it so deep in my bones. At about 9 o'clock that night, I was told to stand up and read aloud. Jesus. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters, whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their orders, so I had been the one to write the letters. They weren't my words. I'd been coerced into writing them down, and even coerced into reading them aloud. Even after all this time, I was surprised to learn that, beyond just ignoring people and hiding their things, there are other ways to bully people.
ほら
Hey!
早く読み上げなさいよ。
Read it aloud quickly.
後宮さんのためにこれだけの人間がこんなに遅くまで付き合ってるのよ。
Look how many people are staying this late just for you, Ishimiya-san.
少しは感謝したら？
Why not thank us a little?
そこで感謝の気持ちが湧かないという時点でもう協調性がかけらほどもないのよね。
Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude a sign that she doesn't have a scrap of a cooperative attitude?
大丈夫よ後宮さん。
It's okay, Ishimiya-san.
これからは私たちがいつも一緒にいてあげるから。
We'll always be with you from now on.
一緒にお勉強して生まれ変わりましょう。
Why not study with us and remake yourself?
ね。
Okay? Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. As I stood by my seat, surrounded by them, I dropped my gaze towards the blackened page. And then, I spoke those humiliating words. But right away, jeers flew at me saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. I can't read it. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. I saw the girls surrounding me twist and bend. I saw them twist and bend into the impression I had of them. In other words, that was my true field of vision. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all their eyes.
エンジしっかり。
Angie, stay strong.
ウリュ
Uryu. Marioni-chan and Sakataro were looking at me with sad eyes. Probably because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads.
なんなのよこいつら。
What the hell's wrong with these people?
最低のやつら。
They're just the worst.
腹渡が煮えくり返るわよ。
Really pisses me off.
エンジ様を寄ってたかってなぶり物にして何が楽しいわけ？
What's so fun about gathering around Angie-sama and torturing her?
妬ましくても吐き出せない怨さ。
It's a resentment they can't voice despite their jealousy.
誰でもいいのよ。吐き出せればね。
They don't care who it hurts as long as they can let it out.
最低のやつら。
They don't care what horrible people.
エンジェ様、
Angie-sama.
ここはご自身の名誉のために怒り狂うことが許される場面です。
In this kind of situation, it's okay to go mad with rage for your own honor's sake.
怒りは正当な感情で正当な反応。
Anger is an appropriate emotion and an appropriate reaction.
ここで怒らなかったらどこで怒るんですか？
If you don't get mad now, when will you get mad?
やめなさいよ。安っぽくエンジェ様を怒らせないで。
Stop it. Don't stir Angie-sama up with cheap anger.
それができたらもうやってるわよ、エンジェ様は。
If Angie-sama could do that, she would have done it already.
怒って状況が改善できるならそうすべきだ。
You should only get angry if doing so will improve the situation.
だが、客観的に判断して、それはますますに状況を悪化させるだけだろう。
However, from an objective standpoint, doing that now would probably only aggravate the situation further.
屈辱的だが、今は耐えるのが賢明だ。
It may be humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is to withstand it.
さすがベルフェネーは代打やってます。
You really are a sloth, Belfa.
ふざけないでよ。
Bofa.
私は耐えられない。
Quit fooling around. I can't stand
こ
this.
いつらが許せない。
I can't forgive them.
みんな騒がないで。
Everyone, calm down.
エンジェの負担になっちゃうよ。
It'll become a burden for Angie.
負担？
A burden?
何言ってんのよ。ここは騒ぐところでしょ。
What are you talking about? Is this the time or place to be calm?
私たち家具は主が侮辱されているのを見て冷静でいられるほど残酷じゃない。
We furniture are not so cruel as to coolly watch when our master is humiliated.
エンジェ様、
Angie-sama,
そんな侮辱の文章を読む義務はありません。
you have no obligation to read such a humiliating letter.
怒りの声を上げられないなら、せめてその屈辱の文面を床に叩きつけて。
If you can't let out a cry of rage, then at least throw it onto the floor.
口汚く罵らなくていい。のけぞらせるほどの大声を上げなくていい。
You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud that they bend over backwards.
ただ渾身の力でそのノートを床に叩きつけて。
Just throw the notebook on the floor with all your might. Man, there's just all these people inside of her head just yelling at her.
それだけのことで
Sure, this is gonna
エ
end
ンジェ様
well.
は強い意志を示すことができる。
By doing just that, you'll be able to show your strong will.
勝手なことを言わないで。
Don't start running on by yourself, Mammon.
言ってるでしょ。
I told you, right?
それができるもんならエンジェ様だってとっくにやってる。
If Angie-sama could do it, she would have done so long ago.
一時の感情の爆発は何も解決しない。
Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions.
むしろエンジェ様に対する風当たりを悪くするだけだと、なぜわからん。
Can't you see that doing that will only make their treatment of Angie-sama even more severe? And Asmodeus is crying.
エンジェ様は悪くないのに、なんでこんな目に遭うの？
Why is this happening to Angie-sama when she didn't do anything wrong?
夕飯も食べさせてもらえないで、放課後からずっとこんななんて嫌。
Not letting her eat dinner? Making her stay so long after school? I hate it!
今夜だけじゃないわ。今日も明日も明後日も。
And it's not just tonight, but tomorrow and the day after too.
いい加減にしてこんな屈辱耐えられない。
That's enough. You can't simply sit there bearing this humiliation.
ねえ、私たちの話、本当に聞こえてる？
Hey, are you really listening to us? Yeah, I'd just run. Just my first opportunity to just book it. Someone tugged at my hair. I was torn back into my tragic reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the Seven Sisters speaking on my behalf in my heart. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off, and I could hear the sound of it rolling on the ground. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy was rolling towards them. I tried to follow with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again.
なんで私たちがこんなに真剣に話してるのにいつも聞いてないわけ？
Now this is just reminding me of like one of those like awful like sometimes you come across like on the internet like those like short videos of like kids like high school aged or middle school aged kids like bullying each other, and it's like taken from like off of like some kids, someone's like recording it just on their phone or something, and you're just like watching and you're like, how could this be happening? Oh no! Why do you never listen to us, even though we're talking about something so serious?
右の耳から左の耳ってやつ？
In one ear and out the other, is it?
それとも馬の耳に念仏かしら？
Does anything get into that thick skull of yours?
あんたいい加減にしてよね。
Get a grip, okay?
私たち全員に迷惑かけてるって自覚本気であるの？
Are you really conscious of the trouble you're causing us?
私たちに言われてるからいやいや書いたとか言い出すんじゃないでしょうね。
You aren't going to start saying that you just wrote it grudgingly because we told you to, right?
あんたが本当に自分の意思で反省できるまでマジで終わんないからね。
Until you really show regret of your own will, this seriously isn't gonna end, okay?
今日だけじゃないよ。
It's not just for today.
明日も明後日もマジで続くからね。
It'll seriously keep on going tomorrow and the day after, you see?
あんまり舐めてんじゃないわよ。
Don't you play us for fools, okay?
つーかさ、なんでまだ生きてんの？
Damn. This sentence. I mean, why are you still even alive? This girl just hit Angie with the why are you still even alive question. Damn.
生きてられる普通。
Is it normal to go on living like this?
私なら死んじゃうね。
If it were me, I'd just die.
生きてられないよね。
You can't live like this, can you?
だってさ、生きてるだけで迷惑かけてるだけでしょ。
Because you being alive just means getting in other people's way all the time, right?
私だったら絶対に生きてられない。
If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on.
うんうん、私だったら死ぬね。
Yeah, I'd die too.
その方が世の中のためになるならすぐにでも死んじゃうよ。ねえ。
If doing that's better for the world, then I'd die right away, right?
じゃあ死んでよ。
Then die. Damn, Angie, then die. Wait, let me see this. Kids can... A part of you is like, kids can be this cruel. Another part of me is like, this is someone just trying to get rid of another playing piece. Ah, that's an interesting theory. You think someone's psychologically torturing Angie to try to just remove her. Interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
エンジ様、
Angie-sama.
こいつら全員今すぐ殺してよ、あんたたち。
Kill all of them now.
ルシファー、聞こえた？
Oh my god, it's happening! Everyone, it's happening! Lucifer, can you hear me?
あんたたち煉獄の七姉妹は人間なんかあっという間に皆殺しにできるすごい核なんでしょ？
You seven sisters of purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash, right?
あんたらいつも私にそう自慢していたわ。
You're always boasting about it to me.
ならやって。
Then do it.
今すぐこいつらを皆殺しにして。
Massacre them right now.
今すぐこの場で。
Right here, right now.
それは
Well, for some reason, Lucifer hesitated.
なんで？
Why?
どうしてよ。
What's wrong?
目にも止まらぬ速度で飛び回って魔女の敵の心臓を即座に貫く必殺の家具でしょ？
You're certain kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see and instantly pierce the hearts of a witch's enemies, right?
そしてそれを主である私が命じてる。
And I'm giving you an order as your master.
今すぐ実行しなさい。
Carry it out right away.
殺して。
Kill.
こいつらをみんな殺
Kill them all.
せ。エンジェ様、
Angie-sama,
どうか落ち着いて。
please calm down. If they had immediately followed my brutal order, making heaps of corpses with me at the center, I was ready to reflect on my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily, ready to regret and repent, just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to do that. And yet, Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face, and didn't move to carry out my order. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. Vaguely. No, that's not right. I've known from the beginning. I've known that magic was all empty this whole time, haven't I?
何が煉獄の七姉妹よ。
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Yeah, right.
くだらない。くだらない。
Stupid. So pointless.
私、最初から知ってたんだから。
I've known it the whole time.
エンジ様。
Angie-sama. I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and pain seemed to accompany that gaze. As though she was being assaulted with a violent headache, Lucifer grasped her head with both arms. But it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my gaze. So she was assaulted with a pain that grew more and more violent. Something's happening. Something. Oh god, something's gonna break. All that. The fuck? Did she throw herself out of a window? What the hell was that?
役立たずが。役立たずが。
Useless. Useless.
あんたなんて大嫌い。
I hate you.
消えてしまえ。
Disappear.
あんたなんて所詮私の中の妄想じゃない。
You're nothing but a delusion inside my head. Hopelessness and disappointment. Resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound, like you'd hear from a frozen lake surface during a fierce winter, rang out just once. At the same time, Lucifer's form, which was being tormented by violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless fissures. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. But sound effect. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and as the head and arms collapsed, it crumbled to the floor. Lucini!
次女は誰？
Who's the second sister?
レビアタン？
Leviathan?
私の命令を実行して。
Carry out my order.
今すぐにこいつらを皆殺しにして。
Massacre them right now.
いや
No!
そのエンジ様。
Angie-sama,
どうかお気を沈めてお聞きください。
please calm your heart and listen.
私たちはその。
We, I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or an answer. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you're going to say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan also turned white due to countless cracks throughout her whole body, she fell over backwards, splitting into separate parts along her neck, hips, and arms. If she'd been smashed to bits and lost her original form, probably wouldn't have seemed so brutal. So seeing the two of them halfway left over made the remaining younger sister shake even harder.
どうして私の命令を聞いてくれないの？
Why won't you listen to my orders?
どうして？
Why?
どうしてよ！
Why?
恐れながら
My apologies.
現在のこの場は反魔法力が非常に強く
Here, under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong and...
何よそれ。
What's that?
人間がいるからダメってどういう理屈？
You can't do it because humans are here? That's your logic?
人間を殺すのがあんたたちの役目でしょ？
Isn't killing humans what you do?
それができないならあんたたちは何のための家具なのよ。
If you can't do that, then what use are you as furniture?
死ね！
Die!
お許しくださいエンジ様
Please spare me, Angie-sama. As she clutched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down face first. Apparently, the neck is the most slender part after all. Her head slid off and rolled over to Belphegor's feet.
人間が多いからダメなの？
You can't do it because there are too many humans.
じゃあ私が後でこいつらを一人ずつ物陰に呼び出せたなら、
Then later on, I'll call them into the shadows one by one.
あんたたちはきっちり全員を血祭りにできるというの？
And you can make a bloodbath of all of them, right?
現在の園児様の魔力では私たちと会話する程度はたやすいでしょう。
With your current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us.
しかしこの場にいる全ての人間の前で権限するにはまだまだ魔力の連成が足りません。
However, you still lack the training to materialize us in front of all the humans here.
お怒りは深く理解できますが、たとえ我らを攻撃に使えたとしても
I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack,
この場の全員を殺害することはかえって状況を悪くするだけです。
and murdered everyone here, that would only make your situation worse.
屈辱的とは思いますが、どうかこの場は怒りを収められて。
I know it's humiliating, but please control your anger for the time being.
後の3人も同じ答えなの？
Will I get the same answer from the next three?
ハン魔法力が高いからできないっていう？
Are you gonna tell me you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great?
私に魔力が足りないからできないっていう？
Are you gonna tell me that you can't do it because my magical power is too weak?
なら全員を殺せとは言わないわ。
Then I won't ask you to kill all of them.
たった一人でいいから殺してみなさいよ。
Just one person's fine, so try and kill them.
今すぐこの場で。
Right here, right now. As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they'd been able to obey my order, they probably would have carried it out immediately. And yet here they were, crouching down. Empty. Sad. And pathetic. That's right, I've known. These girls can't even touch reality with one of their fingers. No. No! Bells, I'm scared. Bells! Angie-sama, spare us, spare us! I don't want to die!
死になさいよ、使えない家具。
Die, useless furniture.
どうして生きてるの？あんたたち。
Why are you guys even alive?
生きてる価値がないのに、なんで生きてるわけ？
Why are you alive when your lives are worthless?
死ねばいいじゃん。
Doesn't matter if you die, right?
死になさいよ。
Die!
というかむしろ死ね。
I'm telling you to die.
使い道のない家具を置いとくバカがいると思う？
Do you think any idiot would leave furniture that has no use lying around? Eek. Please stop, Angie-sama.
何？マモン。
What is it, Mammon?
あなただけは私の命令を遂行してくれるの？
Are you gonna be only one to fulfill? Are you gonna be the only one to fulfill my order? Same accusation from those girls. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's almost the same kind of verbiage that they were throwing at her about dying and stuff. Also, do you know who wouldn't have a problem killing all these people? The bunny girls from earlier. Angie needs to summon the bunny girls. As simple as that. Simple as that.
そうよね。
No, not Sakatara. The bunny. The bunnies. The bunny. Not Sakatara. No, I forgot their names. Are you gonna be the only familiar? That's right.
私の一番のお友達だもんね。
Yeah, the Chiester people. Sisters? People? Whatever they were. You're my best friend.
あなただけはやってくれるわよね。
You alone will do it for me.
こいつらを。
Get them.
今の園児様には 私たちを刺激しても人殺しはできません。
As you are now, Angie-sama, even if you use us, you aren't capable of committing murder.
主にできることを手伝うのが家具の役目。
It's furniture's duty to help with things the master can do.
主にすらできないことを私たちにはすることができない。
Things that even the master can't do, we can't do.
エンジ様はこいつらが憎いですか？
Do you hate them, Angie-sama?
憎いですよね。
You do hate them, right?
殺したくなる気持ちよくわかります。
I totally understand why you want to kill them.
どうぞ。ならば殺しましょうよ、エンジ様。
Okay, in that case, go ahead and kill them, Angie-sama.
エンジ様自らがその手を血に染めるならば、我ら煉獄の七姉妹どこまでもお供しましょうとも。どこまでも。
If you stain your own hands with blood, then we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will go along with you however far you go.
私にできないからあんたたちに頼んでるんでしょ。
I'm asking you all because I can't do it myself, aren't I?
私にできないことをできるからあんたたちは家具なんでしょ。
Isn't being able to do things I can't the thing that makes you furniture?
家具です。
Yes, we are furniture.
使われてこそ家具です。
Furniture to be used.
どうぞ我らを使って殺してください。
Please, go ahead and use us to kill.
殺すのはあなたです、エンジ様。
You'll be the one killing Angie-sama.
エンジ様が殺したいというならどうぞご自由に。
If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my guest.
ためらうことはありません。どうぞ今すぐにそれを実行を。
No need to hesitate. Go and carry it out now.
そこまでの覚悟が伴って初めて。
And once you've prepared yourself mentally,
自らの手を汚す覚悟があって初めて。
once you're prepared,
我らはそれをお手伝いいたしましょう。
once you're prepared to dirty your own hands, then we'll help you.
でもエンジ様はそれに至っていないんです。
But you haven't done that, Angie-sama. Cackle, cackle. Ah!
語るな家具が。
Don't speak, furniture.
もうそうが
You delusion.
もう分かってるわよ。皆まで言わせないでよ。
I get it already. You don't all have to tell me.
あんたたちには何もできない。
You people can't do anything.
あんたたちは所詮私の妄想、幻想、白昼。
You're nothing more than my delusions, illusions, daydreams.
私には初めから友達なんて一人もいないわ。
I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning.
孤独な私が心の中に生み出したお友達ごっこの幻影でしょ。
You're just a phantom, a pretend friend I create in my heart, in my isolation, right?
知ってたのよ、最初から。
I've known from the very beginning.
そうですよ。
Yeah, that's right.
エンジ様の頭の中の幻想ですけど何か？
We're an illusion inside your head, Angie-sama. But so what?
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's true.
私たちは友達のただ一人もいやしない。
We're just imaginary friends created to soothe.
寂しいエンジ様の心を慰めるためだけに生み出されたお友達ごっこの脳内妄想ですが何か？
Lonely, lonely Angie-sama's heart because she doesn't have a single friend. But so what?
見たければ現実を見るといい。
If you want to look at reality, just look at it.
私たちなんか見ないで。あそこで囲まれて罵声を浴びせられているあなたに戻るといい。
You can stop looking at us and return to being surrounded and bathed with jeering over there.
ほらほら戻りなさいよ。お帰りなさいな現実に。
Come on, go back. Welcome home to reality.
都合のいい時だけ私たちを呼び出してお友達ごっこで。
Just call on us only when it's convenient for you. Pretend you have friends.
自分の手を汚す覚悟もないくせにそれをけしかけダメと分かったら否定して消し去る。
Then spur us on even though you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands. Then deny and erase us once you realize that it's hopeless. This comment, my imaginary friends are unionizing against me. Fucking kills me.
どうぞお楽しみくださいよ。演者様が期待されるような苦悶の声と悲鳴を上げて退場しますとも。
Yes, please enjoy it. I'll leave with a shriek of anguish just like you want, Angie-sama.
演者様がたった今浴びせられている罵声を。
Just copy that jeering. Just copy the jeering that you're being showered with right now.
私たちにも同じように浴びせかけて胸の内をスーッとさせればいいです。
And do the same to us to get it off your chest.
それもまた家具の役目。
That's also furniture's duty.
ムカついて床に叩きつけられることもまた椅子の大事なお役目ですから。
Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty.
その程度のことで主の不機嫌を一時でも受け止められたなら。
If that alone can absorb their master's bad mood even for an instant,
家具としてこれほどの栄誉はありません。
there can be no greater honor for furniture.
殺しなさいよ。否定しなさいよ。あなたの最初で最後の友達よ。
Kill me, deny me, your first and final friend. At the end, Mammon had a mocking expression on her face, but for some reason it looked splashed with tears. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were smashed and fell to the floor. Yeah, first and final friend. Powerful. And then, Sakataro, you're fucking next. I'll kill you just for the hell of it. Oreo. Fuck it, kill Maria too. I don't care. Kill them all. Might as well go for the clean sweep here.
こっちへおいでサク太郎。
Come over here, Sakataro.
今の演者は少し冷静じゃないだけ。
Angie's a little agitated right now,
だから近寄っちゃダメだよ。
so you mustn't get close.
みんなは
What about everyone else?
7姉妹のみんなは生きてるの？
Are all the seven sisters alive?
死んじゃったの？
Did they die?
大丈夫だよ。
It's okay.
とても無残な姿だけど、あれは人間界を強制退去させられて残されたよりしろの残滓。
It looks gruesome, but those are the remains of their vessels after being deported from the human world.
抜け殻だよ。
Shells that have been shed,
だから大丈夫。
so it's alright.
とても傷ついただろうけど、無事だよ。
They're probably deeply hurt, but they're okay.
みんな生きてるよ。
Everyone is alive. Oh, no consequences.
きっといつかまた会えるよ。
I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday.
ウリュ、
Uryu.
よかった。よかった。
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
演者はマリアージュ・ソルシエールの条約に違反した。
Oh shit. Angie has violated the contract of marriage sorcery. Not the contract.
同盟の魔女はお互いを敬い認め合わなくちゃならないのに、こんなひどいこと。
To do such a horrible thing, even the witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one another.
みんな演者の大切なお友達だったのに。
Even though they were all important friends to you, Angie.
そんな魔女の同盟なんて関係ない。
No witches alliance has anything to do with this.
魔法のお友達？いい加減にして。
Magic friends? Give me a break.
私が殺したわ。消し去った。
I killed them. Erased them.
私が7姉妹を砕け散らせた。
I smashed the seven sisters.
ウリュ、そんなのひどいよ。ひどいよ。
Uryu. That's so cruel. So cruel.
もう魔女ごっこはいい加減にして。
Just give it a rest with this playing witches thing.
お願いだから。
I'm begging you.
マリアお姉ちゃんもサクタロも自ら消えてほしい。
Marioni-chan and Sakataro, I want you to disappear by yourselves.
私が殺して消したなんて妄想の中ですらしたくないから。
Even in my imagination, I don't want to kill and erase you.
僕たちは妄想なんかじゃないよ。
We aren't your imagination.
エンジェのお友達だよ。ウリュウ。
We're your friends, Angie. Uryu. Sakataro said that as he hid behind Maria Oni-chan, sobbing. Sakataro doesn't exist. Sakataro is also an imaginary creature Oni-chan created to distract herself from her loneliness. Uh-oh. Oh, it's happening!
痛い。痛いよ。マリ
Uryu. It hurts. It hurts, Maria.
ア。なんで。なんで。
Why? Why?
ウリュウ。ウリュウ。
Uryu. Uryu.
やめて。
Stop it.
私のお友達を否定することだけは許さない。
Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit. The same power that had smashed the Seven Sisters was probably eating into Sakataro as well. But Marioni-chan was apparently protecting him with some other power. So Sakataro's form didn't break and scatter. Oni-chan glared at me sharply. Oh shit, she's back. She's on the offensive. Or defensive. It was a serious expression that I'd never seen before.
サクタロは私の家具。
Sakataro is my furniture.
エンジェには消せないよ。
You cannot erase him, Angie.
なのに否定しようとするのは魔女にとって最大級の侮蔑も同じだよ。
However, trying to deny someone is the greatest form of scorn for a witch.
サクタロなんて最初から存在しないわ。
Sakataro didn't exist from the very beginning.
ただのライオンのぬいぐるみ。
He's just a lion stuffed animal. Get fucked!
それをお姉ちゃんがあたかも存在するかのように脳内で妄想して人格化したただの幻なのよ。
A phantom you personified with the delusions inside your own mind. Ugh,
そんなことないよ。
that's not true!
サクタロはマリアのお友達なの。
Sakataro is my friend!
元はぬいぐるみだけど今はぬいぐるみじゃないの。
He was a stuffed animal once, but now he isn't.
いいえ、ぬいぐるみだわ。
No, he's a stuffed animal.
布と綿でできたぬいぐるみ。
A stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton.
自ら喋れも動きもしない。
He can't move or talk by himself.
お姉ちゃんはそれを腹話術みたいにして喋ってるだけじゃない。
You're just talking for him like a ventriloquist, right?
それが魔法？
You call that magic?
それが魔女？
You call that a witch?
それが友達？
You call that a friend?
そんなの私は認めないわ。
I can't accept that.
ウリュウ。
Sad faces. Uryu.
僕は
He's fading. Am I?
僕じゃないの。
Not me.
僕は
Am I?
ただのぬいぐるみで本当は喋れなくて。
Just a stuffed animal that
マリアの
can't really talk?
お友達じゃ
And not Maria's
ないの。
friend?
リュウ。
Uryu. As though struck with a high fever, Sakataro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to Oni-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing, but his body began to gradually slip down. All the Catboy enthusiasts are shrieking in pain. As he did, Oni-chan held him, yelling at me as tears streamed down her face. Stop it!
魔法の毒でサクタロを焼かないで。
Don't burn Sakataro with the magic-resisting toxin!
いじめないで。
Yeah, and noted Catboy haters such as myself, we're thriving. We're thriving out here. we're living unbothered, moisturized in my own lane. Don't burn Sakataro with the magic-resistant toxin. Don't bully him!
侮辱しないで。
Don't insult him!
否定しないで。
Don't deny him! Giggle, giggle, giggle.
マリアお姉ちゃん変だな。
Marioni-chan, you're so weird.
サクタロなんかいないよ。
There's no Sakataru.
ぬいぐるみはぬいぐるみだもん。
Stuffed animals are stuffed animals.
布と綿でできてるってママに習ったもん。
I learned from Mama that they're made of cloth and cotton.
歩いたり喋ったりなんかできるわけないよ。
There's no way they can walk or talk. Giggle, 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 giggle.
無理。
Oh, I gotta nail this impression. Uryu. Oh, yo.
サクタロウ、
Sakataru!
サクタロウ。
Sakataru!
ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。友達だもん。
You aren't a stuffed animal. You aren't a stuffed animal. You're a friend. Wow. Laugh, 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 laugh. I'm laughing at her misfortune. Laugh, 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 laugh. Look at her cry. Her tears bring me pleasure.
ぬいぐるみ遊びなんかよりみんなでお外で遊ぶ方がいい。
Instead of playing with stuffed animals, it's better to play outside with everyone.
ぬいぐるみもう飽きた。
I'm bored with stuffed animals already. Oh, this is just devastating to Maria. Hearing these words, oh my god. Oh, this is tragic.
もう知らない。
Oh no, the Angie and Maria relationship is dead at this point. It's so shot. There's no coming back from this. I hate you, Angie.
なんでそんなこと言うの。嫌い嫌い嫌い嫌い。
Why say something like that? Hate, 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 hate. I hate you.
絶好だ。絶好だ。
You're not my friend.
もう魔女の仲間になんか入れてあげない。
I won't let you be one of us witches anymore.
原初の魔女見習いマリアの名において。
Upon my name, the apprentice witch of origins, Maria,
魔女見習いエンジェをマリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟より署名とする。
I hereby expel the apprentice witch Angie from the Mirage Sorcerer Alliance of Witches. And then, what had been peaceful days to me became a daydream and ended. By now, it's impossible to prove. No one can verify whether that really was magic or whether those really were my friends. Or else, nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that they were a daydream. So that became the truth. Perhaps, in the farther future, I'll observe it again. And when that happens, maybe I'll acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, but the seven sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria, Oni-chan, and Sakataru, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor an illusion. Maybe the reality here and now is that is the only world with the real me. Where is the real me? Where is the real me? Damn. The concluding here thing where it's like, well, they all disappeared in my head, and since I'm the only one who saw them, it's kind of hard for me to confirm. I could be the only person to confirm if they were real or not. And in my head, I view them as not real, so therefore, they are not real. Rough. The person standing amidst the girl's exposed wreckage that resembles broken glass sculptures. That girl who's breathing harshly, her shoulders heaving, isn't me. I'm over there. The me that's surrounded by a crowd and being showered by jeers, and who's hanging her head, her eyes red, isn't the me over there. The real me? I won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere left to run. I'm going back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh.
ねえ
Hey,
話聞こえてますかしら。
are you listening to us?
いつまでもうつむいていても何の解決にもなりませんわよ。
It's not like anything will be resolved if you just stand there hanging your head, right?
聞こえてるわ。
I hear you.
ああ、やっと返事した。
Ah, he finally answered.
このまま黙ってれば終わるとか、泣けば許してもらえるとか、そういうこと考えてるんじゃないの？
You aren't thinking that this will end if you stay silent, or that we'll forgive you if you cry, right?
あんた、自覚あるかって聞いてるのよ。
We're asking if you're aware.
自分が周りに迷惑かけてるって自覚があるのかって聞いてんのよ。
We're asking if you're aware of the trouble you're causing those around you. I slowly nodded. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged that I slipped into the world of my daydream, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. To separate myself from and disgrace those sisters who spoke to me with reliable and kind words, despite being totally unable to help when I really wanted them to. I acknowledged that.
私、後宮エンジェは協調性がなくてクラスメートに迷惑をかけました。
I, Yoshiromiya Angie, do not have a cooperative attitude and cause trouble for my classmates.
それは勉強ができないためクラスメート全体に対し過度の劣等感を持っていたからに他なりません。
There's nothing to blame for that except my excessive inferiority complex towards all my classmates because of my inability to study.
私は
And
生きてても仕方ありません。
it's a shame that I'm alive. Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraphs they made me write. It was me, improvising. And it was what was in my heart. They noticed that it wasn't what they'd anticipated, but while they did frown, no one spoke. So I continued. Oh yeah, let's fucking guilt trip them now. That's right.
私は生きてても仕方がなかった。
It's a shame that I lived.
1986年のあの日に私も連れて行ってもらうはずだったんです。
I should have had them take me with them on that day in 1986.
なのに私だけが連れて行ってもらえなかった。
And yet, I was the only one who wasn't taken.
どうして私はここにいるのでしょう。
Why am I here?
ここは私のいる世界じゃない。
This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in.
誰も助けてくれません。
No one will save me.
一時私の中に生まれた架空の友人たちだけが私を助けてくれるような気がしていました。
For a time, I felt as though only the fictional friends I created inside myself could save me.
でも友人たちは所詮は妄想で
But those friends were nothing
助
more.
けてなどくれなかった。
But those friends were nothing more than a delusion, and they didn't save me at all.
だってここは妄想の世界じゃなくて現実の世界だから。
After all, this isn't a world of imagination, but a world of reality.
だからつまり私は今日までずっと
So,
白チュームを見続けてきたわけです。
a lot of pauses going on. So, in short, up until today, I've been having the same daydream.
現実のクラスメートを嫌い妄想の友人たちとの交流の中だけに生きた。
I hated my real classmates, and only lived by interacting with the friends in my mind.
その友人たちとはさっき決別しました。
Just now, I split up with those friends.
だから私がここにいます。
So I'm here.
家族もいません。
I have no family.
友人も捨てました。
I've thrown my friends away too.
もう私には何も残っていません。
There's no longer anything left for me.
どうして死なないの？
Why haven't I died?
さっきそう聞いた人がいました。
Someone asked that a short while ago.
その通りだと思います。
I think they're right.
どうして私は
Why
生
am
き
I
てるんでしょう。
why am I alive?
1986年に私は
I should have died.
死んでいるはずだ
The
ったん
fuck?
です。
I should have died in the year 1986.
いえ、きっと死んだんです。
No. I must really have died.
なのに私の殺された魂は未だにこの肉の檻に閉じ込められている。
And yet, my dead soul is still locked up inside this cage of flesh.
だから誰かに求めよう。
So I'll ask someone.
それに誰も答えてくれないなら 自分でしよう。
If no one answers, do it myself.
誰か私を
Please,
死なせてください。
let me die. God, all the sequence of events, all just because she was being bullied mercilessly. I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls. Shocked girls. Girls whose faces seemed to be saying, "What the heck is this kid talking about?" And, a bit late, more and more girls with faces that said, "Is this girl alright?" Whisper. Chatter. And then, giggle. When I ordered the friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill me. But of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't this mean that, including this world, absolutely everything is a daydream? Then, there's no problem, right? After all, on that day when I lost my family, I was already dead. Everything that happened afterwards is going on in my head, my life flashing before my eyes after I failed to die. Once I understood that, it felt like the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. Yeah, I'll finally wake up. I'll be released from this daydream world. I feel my consciousness sliding away. That's alright. Fade farther and farther away and take me to my family. Then, no matter what happens in this twisted, stale world, I won't mind it at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as the teacher stepped in. Perhaps the teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Watching that, I knew that an ally had appeared for me, even if there was only one, and I felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who can save me in the world of reality are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek rescue from daydreams. This is the world of humans. Nothing can save a human except other humans. I see.
エンジがそう思ったなら、それがエンジの世界。
If that's what you think, then that's your world, Angie.
エンジは
Can Angie
これで幸せになれる？
find happiness this way?
エンジがそれでしか幸せになれないと信じたなら、もうそれしかない。
If Angie believes that's the only way to find happiness, then it's the only way.
カゴの中にいる青い鳥をそうだと認められないなら、
If she can't accept the blue bird in the cage for what it is,
どこまでも探しに行かざるを得ない。
then she must go and search forever.
ウリュ
Uryu.
マリアとエンジはもう絶交なの？
Maria, are you breaking off relations with Angie? Hell yeah, did you see the rampage you just went on?
絶交なんかじゃないよ。
No, I guess not. No, nothing like that.
エンジがそれを求めたからそうしただけ。
I only did that because that's what Angie wanted.
私たち魔女は時に迫害を受けるけれども、
We witches are sometimes persecuted.
でも常にみんなの身近にある。
However, we always remain by everyone's sides,
そしてきっとその助けを求められる。
and our aid can always be asked for.
エンジもまた僕たちと遊んでくれる日が来る？
Will the day come when Angie will play with us once again?
来ないでそのまま忘れてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
Maybe. Or she might forget and it'll never come.
人の世ではそれを成長や決別と呼ぶから。
In the human world, we call that growing up and saying goodbye to your childhood self.
でも
Still. If Angie just remembers, we'll always be by her side. And until then, we'll be waiting. question is now, do I keep going? Do I go a little further? Top hat penguin. Let's just go. Let's push our luck. Let's push our luck and go just slightly further. It'll cause it. We'll lose the very nice scene transition with the shattering of the glass. But I could still read for a bit here.
Uryu.
Uryu.
Maria. 返事して。
Maria, answer me. Dots.
ウリュ
Uryu.
やっぱり僕は
So I really am
ぬいぐるみなの
a stuffed animal?
布と綿でできてるから
I'm made of cloth and cotton?
喋れるわ
So there's no way I can
けないの
talk?
だから
So
マリアとはおしゃべりできないの
I can't talk to Maria? Sakataro looked up at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears, and it looked as though it had even lost all traces of sadness.
聞こえてるよサクタロウ
I hear you, Sakataro.
サクタロウは布と綿でできたぬいぐるみなんかじゃないよ
You aren't a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton.
マリアのお友達だよ
You are my friend.
エンジェなんか嫌い
I hate Angie. Devastating.
マリアごめんねマリアごめんね
Uryu. Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Maria.
ウリュ
Uryu. Sakataro regretted doing that. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he'd caused her to be overwhelmed with sadness again. The fuck? Sakataro tried hugging Maria, letting go of her, and gazing at her uneasily, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. In the end, that was enough to distract Maria from her sadness.
ごめんね
Sorry.
もう泣いても仕方ないもんね
Crying won't help anything anymore. Poor Maria. Fucking Maria. She's like, oh, I hate Angie. Angie's such a meanie. Now to go back to the real world. Oh god, my mom sucks too. Oh god.
エンジェとは喧嘩しちゃったけどマリアにはまだたくさん友達がいるよ
You got in a fight with Angie, but you still have lots of friends, Maria.
僕だけじゃない
I'm not the only one.
みんなもいるよ
Everyone's here. We have me. There's the pumpkin. Top-hatted penguin. The seal that we were talking about.
サクスケもサク吉も
There they are.
動物の音
There
楽
they
隊
are.
も他にも
Saksuke and Sakukishi, the animal band, and many, many more. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having an idle chat.
みんなマリアのこと心配してるよ
Everyone is worried about you, Maria.
どうしたらマリアが元気になってくれるかなってずっと相談しているよ
They're all talking over and over about how to cheer you up, okay?
みんなはエンジェみたいにいなくならない
Everyone won't go away like Angie?
ならないよ
They won't.
僕たちはいつだって一緒だよ
We'll always be together.
本当に
Really?
サクタロたちは家でしか一緒じゃないよ
All of you are only with me at home.
ママと一緒にお出かけできないし学校にも一緒に行けないよ
We can't go out together when Mama's around, and we can't go to school.
僕たちは学校に行っちゃいけないから先生に見つかったら怒られちゃうもん
You aren't supposed to take us to school, so you'll get in trouble if the teacher finds out.
でも見つからないならいつだって一緒にいていいんだよ。
But if no one finds out, we can be together at any time.
作太郎大きいから見つかっちゃうね。
Sakataro, you're big, so you'd be found.
だったら小さくて持ち歩ける子と一緒に行けばいいよ。
Then you could take one of the kids that are small enough to walk around with you.
例えばほら
For example, what about them?
森の音楽隊の仲間たちなら
If you take the friends in the forest band,
ほら小さいからマリアのポケットに隠れて一緒に学校に行けるよ。
look, they're small, so you can hide them in your pocket and go to school together.
音楽隊いっぱいいるよ。
There's a lot of them in the band.
ポケットに入りきらないよ。
I can't fit them all in my pocket. She collected all the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There were about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it'd probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket. How to
な
get
ら
bigger
特
pockets?
に仲良しのお友達だけを連れて行くといいよ。
In that case, you can just take friends that you're especially close with.
森の音楽隊の中で一番マリアと仲良しのウサギの4人組を連れてくといいよ。
You can take the 4 rabbits, your best friends in the forest band.
4つならポケットに入る。
I could fit 4 in my pockets. Yeah,
これなら見つからないね。
this way, they won't be found.
だからマリアはこれで学校でも一人ぼっちじゃないよ。
Now, you won't be alone even at school, Maria.
僕が一緒に行けないところでもこの子たちなら一緒にいてくれるよ。
Those kids will be with you even where I can't go. Yeah,
なら寂しくないかも。
maybe I won't be lonely that way.
お家に帰ってくるまで我慢できるかも。
Maybe I can hold out until coming home from school.
ママと先生にさえ見つからなければ僕たちはいつだって一緒にいられるんだよ。
As long as we aren't found by the teacher and mama, we can be with you at any time.
そしていつまでも一緒にいよう。遊んでいよう。
So let's be together. Play together forever.
僕たちはマリアを絶対に一人ぼっちになんかさせないから。
We definitely won't leave you all alone, Maria.
うりゃ
Uryu! Maria's expression finally regained a little bit of its brightness. That's right. In the beginning, Maria's world didn't have Angie in it. Even without Angie, it was fun with everyone. And yet, strangely enough, it suddenly became sad without Angie, who had come in at the end. All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Angie entered it. So there's nothing to be sad about. Yeah,
寂しくないよ。
I'm not lonely.
作太郎もみんなも一緒だもん。
I'm not lonely. I keep telling to myself, trying to convince myself convince myself otherwise of the sure fact that I am indeed the loneliest piece of shit ever. Sakataro and the others are with me.
うり
Uryu.
ゃ
Woo.
マリア大好き。
I love you, Maria.
もう人間なんかにマリアの世界には誰も立ち入らせないよ。
I won't let any more humans come into my world.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールはマリアとベアトリーチェだけの二人きりの同盟。
Mariage sorcerer. Sorcerer. I'm just trying every time. It is an alliance between me and Beatrice only.
もともとベアともエンジェを加えるのには反対してたし、
From the start, even Beatrice didn't want to let Angie join.
これでいいんだもんね。
It's all right this way.
エンジェはまだ幼すぎたんだよ。
Angie was still too young.
エンジェのことはまた仲良しになれるまで当分を忘れていていいと思うよ。
For now, until you can be friends with Angie again, I think it's okay to forget about it.
マリアがまた元気を取り戻せたら一緒に遊べばいいよ。
You can play together once you've regained your high spirits, Maria.
それまで僕たちみんながずっとそばにいるからね。
Until then, all of us will be by your side.
ありがとう、
Thank you.
作太郎。みんな。
Sakataro, everyone. Alright, let's call it there. Just under 4 hours, basically. Or at 4 hours. Maria's gonna be doing her thing again. Alright, so week ahead, as far as Umineko occurs. Or as far as it matters. Probably do another midweek stream of it. Expect a Tuesday or a Wednesday. Did I find anything today exciting? Sure. Sure I did. I thought the bit where she was trying to kill the kids torturing her, and then she's like, "Oh, I can't. Well then, fuck all these people in my head." I found that bit interesting. I could have done without the word game section, honestly. I mean that part was just whatever. I don't need to shit talk Umineko right now. So yeah, I'd expect another 2 hours or so, Tuesday or Wednesday of Umineko. But next Saturday. I'm not the target. Next Saturday, I don't know if I'll be able to stick to it, but the things I normally do on a Saturday day are not happening. So I'm hoping, at least, especially as Umineko is concerned, to start earlier in the evening-ish, to then run longer. That's me just theorizing. That's in a perfect world, but as we know, sometimes I have trouble sticking to that. But that's my goal, my intention, is that starting earlier, earlier even on Saturday, so that we do a big chunk. We need to start, and I say we, it's I need to start putting in. I need to especially take advantage of like a weekend where I have absolutely nothing happening. So put that in your little heads. Put that in the little heads. And like it's now more meme and joke at this point than it probably ever happening. But at some point, a week of Umineko is gonna happen. It's a threat. It's a threat at this point. A week of Umineko at some point is gonna happen. You know what? It's the start of August. Sometime in August, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a full week of Umineko. It might be later in August. Exactly. We need to absolutely... Okay, if we look at the calendar right now, we have to absolutely finish this episode before August ends, and then we need to do an episode a month to finish before the end of the year. September, October, November, December. And if that's the case, we have to go fast. We have to pedal to the metal and go fast. So, yeah. The ever-looming threat of a Umineko week. Keep that in your little heads as well. Thanks so much for watching. I know this Saturday stream was a little shorter than the past. Damn, I thought you just wanted to finish questions arc this year and answers next year. No. I mean, no. That wasn't the intention. That definitely was not the intention. I'm telling you, I have so much time that I need to take off work before the end of the year. I will if I absolutely must, I will get into December and I will just take off a ton of time off work, and I will sit my ass at my computer and I will just read Umineko day in and day out Monday through Friday to finish this fucking thing. Don't threaten me with a good time. We'll do it. We got this. I've done harder things. I've done harder things. You managed to read all of Umineko in around 2 to 3 months. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. Just gotta hold on to that. Those 2 words. It's possible. Actually, technically, conjunction. 3 words. It is possible. We got this. We got this. I got this. That's true. It is a lot. It's a lot more, and then just by the pure fact that, like, it has to be on, like, my streaming schedule, which, to be fair, is, like, someone was, I remember a while ago at this point, someone was like, oh, you know, don't you feel like you're even slower at going through games because you stream them? But it's like, the times that I stream would be the only times then that I actually do play games, because then, like, the amount of game I play outside of stream is not much now at this point in my life, so, like, but I do have to, like, build it around a certain thing. It's whatever. It's a schedule thing. We'll find the time. Like I said, I will do whatever must. We're gonna finish it. We're gonna finish it. Just trust me on this. Trust me, source. Trust me. It'll be finished. But yeah, I know the stream was slightly shorter than, I think, the last 2 weeks we went to like 5 hours plus or whatever, but I am tired and I'm trying to, I did good last night. I need to catch up on sleep and stuff. So, thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. We'll be back next week with more Uminekos. More Maria time, it seems we're gonna get. Yep. Definitely Pokemon Sleep. That was the first time since starting Pokemon Sleep that I got to 100. I shocked myself. Have a nice rest of your night. I'll see you in another stream. Take care. Clap, clap, clap.